It was 5 years ago, and it was terrifying. And we are here to tell you guys the story tonight. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yo. Alright, y'all, what's up? Yo, hope you guys are having a good night, you know what I'm saying? Y'all chilling with your peoples. Found a nunchuck that works. What's up, y'all? Alright, so type of 1 in the chat if you guys can see and hear me. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys cannot see and or hear me. What's up, yo? Something wrong with the chat. None? What the heck? Hey, what's up, guys? All right, so type of 1 in the chat if you guys can see and or hear me. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys cannot see and hear me. Yeah. Bruh, everything, there it is. It came back. Huh? That makes sense. Yo, what's up, Mr. Kane? For real, for real. What's up, Zay? What's up, Mason? What's up, Jex? Yo, what's up, Mr. Merkane? Yo, what's up, Mason? What's up, Derek? What's up? All right, so guys, type of 1 in the chat if you guys can see me and hear me. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys can't see and or hear me. You know what I'm saying? We're about to start running through some story times. I don't know if you guys have heard yet. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Okay, so before we get started, you know what I'm saying, let's run through some story times that I don't know if you guys have heard yet. You guys know the drill. You know what I'm saying? We listen, we don't judge. So make sure to let me know if you guys have heard the story that we are currently talking about. All right, so type a yes in the chat if you guys have ever heard the story of when the guy off Craigslist tried to abduct my girlfriend right in front of me at the club. Type a yes in the chat if you guys have heard that story. Type a no in the chat if you guys haven't heard that story. You know what I'm saying? What's up, everybody? Hey, what's up, 1KM? What's up, Jovan? What's up, Mason? What's up, Derek? Yo, what's up, Ultra? All right, cool. So type a yes in the chat if you guys have ever heard the story of when I caught a bunch of Bellagio customers having a soup kitchen in one of the rooms with the lady of the night, a lady that was meant to be bought and or sold. You know what I'm saying? Understandable. Yeah. All right, so type of 1 in the chat if you guys have ever heard the story of when my crazy ex tried to make me her sugar daddy. You know what I'm saying? By taking care of her and all of her kids. I would have been young child support for real. All right, so with that being said, today we are here to hear the story of how I lost $600K to a rug pool, to a crypto rug pool. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys have ever invested in crypto. Type of 2 in the chat if you've never invested in crypto. You know what I'm saying? You was just like, man, like, damn that. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. All right, so with that being said, yeah, 600K is crazy. Crazy work. So, this is what happened. I was, you know what I'm saying? I had just got done selling a crib. You know what I'm saying? I just got done selling a house, and I had made a bunch of money off selling a house. You know what I'm saying? It was my house at the time. Sold that mug, and, you know, because I was reading a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad, that said basically I needed to be investing my cheddar smartly. That way it wouldn't, you know, go away, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. You know, I found and I started looking up a bunch of different things. You know what I'm saying? Some things that I could get into that would, you know what I'm saying, like bring the cheddar up and everything. That would be a good investment. And, you know, I thought about doing more real estate, but I remembered how much I would have to like, you know what I mean? I would have to like deal with, you know, upkeeping the house and, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, renting it out to the people, then collecting the rent. So type of 1 in the chat if you guys have ever thought about being a real estate agent and, you know, selling people's homes or renting out or like buying a crib and then renting the rooms out. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys have ever thought about buying a crib and renting a room out. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys have never thought about buying a crib and then renting the rooms out for extra income. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, that was my prerogative. That's what I wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? So at the time when I ran into this, you know what I'm saying? Like I ran into this crypto channel on YouTube that was telling me like all of this awesome stuff that crypto was about to start doing, right? This was back before the time, like the first time before Bitcoin had ever hit 100K. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting there like, yo, Like I'm just sitting there like, yo, like if I invest, you know what I'm saying, all my 600K into Bitcoin, then in like 10 years it'll be like $6 million, right? Because I've heard all the stories of people getting rich and making a whole bunch of money off of crypto and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, type of 1 in the chat if you guys have ever thought about making money with crypto. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys have never thought about never thought about investing in crypto. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. For real. That's what's up. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I took my cheddar and I put it all into Bitcoin, right? So I took all my money, put it into Bitcoin. And every day I would just look at my phone and like watch it as it grew or shrunk, because every day it would either go up by a bunch of points or, it would go down by a bunch of points. You know what I'm saying? Hell, there's no telling sometimes. So then I took the money and I invested it into Ethereum, which is also a pretty good investment. You know what I'm saying? I ended up making like 2-3K off of that. You know what I'm saying? And then I started doing more and more research on more and more coins. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, you know what I'm saying, Super Chatters will be changing the amount of details and crazy stuff I'm telling you guys in these stories. You know what I'm saying? Trust and believe. There's a lot of secrets and tidbits in this mug. You know what I'm saying? So, for every 10 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys a crazy secret about the story. You know what I'm saying? For every, if you guys do want to Super Chat more than that, you know what I'm saying? If you Super Chat 50, you are allotted a Super Chat request, which means that you get to choose any type of music and or any type of video you want me to react to on the channel. So with that being said, we're getting the links up. I always forget to put the mugs up in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? It means we're all human out this mug. So, Gia, let me see. So where are you guys from and what time is it where you guys are at? For real. You know what I'm saying? I like to keep a beat on you guys' time zones. You know what I mean? For real. Yeah. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Then I took the 600K that I had from, moving it around from crypto to crypto. I took that and then I invested it in this one coin called Time. You know what I'm saying? Most of you guys have probably never heard of Time. You know what I'm saying? Like I took the 600K and invested it all in Time because Time said that if I invested in them, that they would, give me coins. I would get coins back while it accrued interest. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, so after I invested in Time, I did a little bit more research and then I took it over. I took that cheddar over and put it into a coin called Ragnarok, right? Now Ragnarok, I read the spreadsheet on it. It was saying a whole bunch of positive, awesome stuff. With that being said, guys, be careful of crypto. Also, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I took the cheddar, you know what I'm saying? And I told, so if any of you guys do, you know what I'm saying? If you guys wanna, one of these days, like, come with me out here to Vegas, do like a haunted house meetup where we actually go to a haunted house, you know what I'm saying? Do live streaming that mug. Yo, we gonna do that mug. But with that being said, you know what I'm saying? My editor just let me know we got 10 brand new videos coming on the way. It should be in like 3-4 days. You know what I'm saying? He's putting the finishing touches on them. So stay tuned. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So with that being said, I freaking, oh my God, this story is wild. I got you guys. You guys are this is gonna scare the hell out of anyone who likes money. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I go down, you know what I'm saying? I go down with the freaking, I went down with the shit pretty much low key on this one. So I take my money out of Time and I put all 600K of it into Ragnarok, right? So when I take all my money out of Time and I put it into freaking Ragnarok, like they were paying more coins. It seemed like it was more money, and things seemed like they were going great, right? Until one day, you know what I'm saying, about 3 months after I had started investing into Time, I wake up and I go and I check on my coins. Now, this has to do a lot with liquidity, so I'm not going to go too much into detail. But with that being said, bruh, oh my God. I freaking took the, oh my God. Yeah, give me a second. We gonna, let's decide what story we gonna tell at the Super Chat milestone out this mug. Now, the Super Chat milestone is 50 in the Super Chat. You know what I'm saying? If we reach that mug, type a 1 in the chat. You guys want to hear the story about when my crazy ex tried to turn me into her and her 3 kids sugar daddy. You know what I'm saying? Type a 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about the time I fought a 75-year-old crazy woman. You know what I'm saying? It's not as violent as you think, but it is weird. You know what I'm saying? Because the lady was really, really trying to fight me. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? And I still don't know why she was tripping. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you guys like number 2. Okay, so we got 3 2s. Hey, what's up, Ultra? What's up, Dark? What's up, Ethan? What's up, Sharice? All right, Joe, we got 3 2s and 4 2s. Okay, cool. Time I fought an old lady. The time I fought a 75-year-old lady. Once we reach the first Super Chat milestone, which is 50 in Super Chat. So, with that being said, what happened was this. I took the freaking, I took the 600K, I had put it in Ragnarok, and everything was looking good for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like 3 months later, I look it up, I'm doing my daily checks on it, and it's all looking good. It was looking so good that this one dude came in and he put like 500, he put $500,000 into the freaking liquidity pool, which means that he took his $500,000 and he bought 500 G's worth of freaking, worth the Ragnarok tokens. So I'm like, yo, that's what's up. So I'm thinking it's all good. My money turned into 750 G's. I'm like, that's what's up. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Money. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking my girl out and buying her something nice with this cheddar. So I took the money out of Ragnarok and then I put it in this other coin called Galaxy Goggle. Now, Galaxy Goggle, you know what I'm saying? It had a way better drawn up plan as to how they planned on, you know, making sure that the coin was successful. They said they were going to build a game behind it. They had all of this stuff. I was on the Discord. I'm on the Discord, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just, you know, I'm talking to people. Everyone's super hyped up and it's all super duper lit. Everyone's telling you great shit. Yeah, man, it's gonna go good. Woo, yeah, it's about to go great. So after I put the 750 up in that mug, you know what I'm saying? Like 3 weeks later, I wake up and, you know, I look at my money and everything is cool. You know, I got like 800K in there at the time. So then this dude came in and he put a whole million into the coin, right? $1 million, which brought the liquidity up, which means I was sitting at like 950. So I'm like, hell yeah, nigga, until. Like, so the way it worked is you would get paid for holding Ragnarok every 8 hours, right? So, which meant you can't take your money out for 8 hours after you put it in. But in that 8 hours, you would get paid on your tokens. Hey, where are you guys from? You know what I'm saying? Yo. Hey, what's up, Irish? Yeah. I'm telling the story, bro. Yeah, I got you. What's up, 301 Keck? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Gum? What's up, Rounds? What's up, Ultra? What's up, The Sneaky? What's up, Sharice? Yo. Hey, what time is it where you guys are at? For real. Yo, Ultra Gogeta, you're from Mississippi. That's hella freaking cool. Yo, that's awesome, Julio, that you're from Atlanta, Georgia. Bro, I have a lot of friends that are out there in Atlanta. That's like the entertainment capital of every freaking where. You know what I mean? For real. What's up, that cool? Yo, what's up, Freddie Traps? You from Texas? Yo, that's cool. I have a lot of friends that live out in Texas. I have about 2 or 3 really good friends of mine that live out in Texas. Yo, what's up, Double Step? Yo, you from Harlem? Bro, that's a tough city. For real. What's up, Freddie? Yeah. Hey, what's up, 240? You from Oregon? Yo, that reminds me of Oregon Trails, the game. I have never been to Oregon yet. For real. Yo, you from Florida? Yo, that's hella cool. Yo, you're from Lithuania? That's hella cool. Where's Lithuania at? You know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, Appreciate the compliment, man. Yo, hey, what's up, Singapore? What's up, you guys? Yo, that's hella cool. We got a very diverse crowd tonight, man. Yo, what's up, Sharice? Yeah. That's good that you love money and that you budget it well. Yeah, as you should. You know what I'm saying? I be taking care of my little brother and whatnot. So, I pay all his rent somewhere else and whatnot. So I know what you guys mean when you guys talk about budget. So I turn this money into 950K. Tell me why. I'm sitting there looking at my money, and out of nowhere, the dude that put $1 million in, right, that brought the liquidity up, that made it worth a whole bunch, this motherfucker took all of his money out at the same time, Brody. Yo, thank you, Christian Clark. For real. That's really awesome that you budget your money well. I mostly save my money. Yo, that's really smart that you mostly save your money, Ultra. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if I were, you know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, what's up, the Sneaky Fox? Yeah, man, if I were, you know what I mean? If I ain't have so many family members to, pay for and whatnot, you know what I mean? I'd love to save some cheddar. Hey, what's up, the Sneaky Fox? Hey, what's up? You say you're in Europe. That's awesome that you're close to Europe. Okay, so with that being said, all the money went straight freaking up, man. Once the dude put the $1 million in there, but literally 5 hours later, he takes all of his money out, and the liquidity goes from like a ton of money to zero. So the coins were worth about $40 a piece, right? They went from being worth $40 a piece to being worth like 67 cents a piece. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm looking on the Galaxy Goggle, freaking Discord and shit. I'm like, yo, how the hell did we just lose everything? How the hell did we lose 600, well, damn, at that point, 900 and something thousand goddamn dollars? I don't know fucking where. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, nigga. So, you know what I'm saying? I go in the Galaxy Goggle. So this is the most fucked up part about this, man. This is the most wildest part about this crap. I go to the Discord and I ask Galaxy Goggle, I'm like, yo, what do I do now? Yo, like all of my 950K just diluted into 6,600 freaking bucks. All I had was 6,600 bucks left out of freaking 950K. And if I hadn't grabbed that out, the next morning, it would have been worth like $1,000. So I asked people what to do. So this is the craziest part. I go in the Galaxy Goggle and the Discord, and I ask these motherfuckers, what do I do? Yeah, I just lost like 840K, like 940K in 6 minutes. What do I do? Guess what they told me, guys? Guess what they told me, chat? Nigga, guess what they told me? You know what I'm saying? Bruh, these motherfuckers gonna look me dead in the face and then have the nerve to tell me, hey, well, you gotta buy the dip. So what that means, so a buy the dip is that if you lose a bunch of money on a coin, they want you to put more in. I'm like, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, yo, so if you just lost 600, 900K, then you gotta put in like a whole bunch more. That way, when the coin goes back up, your money will come back and it'll be worth way more, which makes sense in theory. You know what I'm saying? Only makes sense in theory. Oh boy. But that is not how that shit worked, man. It did not go that way, and none of it came back. I woke up the next morning and looked at the coin. You know what I'm saying? When I went to sleep, it was worth like $1.67. Woke up the next morning, it was literally worth pennies. Literal pennies. So if I'd have left that 6,600 bucks up in there and something told me to leave it in there, I was like, yo, I should leave it in there. That way when the coins shoot back up, I'll get all my money back. Nigga, it was a trap. So I go in the Galaxy Goggle, I go in their Discord, and I tell them like, yo, like I just got flu flammed. What do I do? Like, and they just basically told me like, yo, look, either be positive up in this mug or, we're going to throw you out. So I started telling people, I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like, this is messed up. This is jacked up. And then they banned me from the server. For real. Bye again. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Hey, what's up, Optimal? Bro, 940K. You know what I'm saying? 940K. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? The next story you guys want to hear was the time I fought a 75-year-old woman. Oh boy. You know what I'm saying? Now, this was not my fault. You know what I'm saying? So have you guys, type of one in the chat if you guys have ever run into a crazy person that just tried to fight you and you don't even know what the hell is going on. Type of two in the chat if you guys have never had a random crazy person, well, not a random crazy person, I knew the lady, you know what I mean, a crazy person try to fight you for no reason. Type of two in the chat if you've never had that happen. You know what I'm saying? Diabolical work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Diabolical work. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Sharice? Yo, what's up, Freddie? Hey, what's up, Ultra? What's up, the 62? What's up, Double? Yo, what's up, Silver? Yo, what's up, 301? Keck? You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's up, Marcos? All right, if you guys want to shout out, it's 2 in Super Chat. You know what I'm saying? A 10 in Super Chat. And I'll tell you guys a part of the story that I've been leaving out. Because I usually do. A 30 in Super Chat. And I'll tell you guys a story so freaking diabolical about the situation, bro. You won't even believe it happened. You know what I'm saying? It involves a female about when I lost the 940K, bro. Bro, y'all already know, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? All right, so 30 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys that crazy secret, you know what I'm saying, that happened to me the minute I lost the 940K. I feel like every dude knows what probably happened, but oh boy, you know what I'm saying? All right, so with that being said, let's see. So now I was taking care of my younger brother and my younger. So at this time, I was taking care of both my younger brothers, pretty much my entire freaking family, every freaking body. I was paying everyone's rent on a Bellagio salary, and I don't even know how I was doing it. You know what I'm saying? I was making like $19 an hour. I think I was making like $20 an hour or something, working as a GRA over at Bellagio. But, you know, I used it to pay all my family's rent. It's been that way ever since I was like 20. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little bit before that, because I used to let all my family members borrow my money and then I just wouldn't ask for it back. But everyone does that for their family. You know what I'm saying? That's not, everyone gives money to their families. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? At this point, all of my younger brothers and sisters were all living with me at the same time, right? So one day, you know what I'm saying, this one lady, she starts coming over to see my little sister. You know what I'm saying? And her and my little sister, they hit it off. You know what I'm saying? They become friends. And at one point, the lady convinces my sister to become her legal guardian or her payee for her, you know, SSI benefits and whatnot. So I'm like, yeah, sure, that's what's up. You know, wherever you want to live, that's fine. And it was in the same apartment complex. See, the only thing I was worried about was breaking up the family. I didn't really care about, like when she moved, she wouldn't be paying bills anymore. That didn't matter, right? So with that being said, I told her, I was like, yo, you know, you living close, you're still living close, you'll still be in the same apartment complex. It's all good, right? It's completely all good. So with that being said, she moves. So my sister moves with this lady. You know what I'm saying? Her name is, we'll unlock her name at 10 in Super Chat. So with that being said, she moved with this lady, and the lady, you know what I'm saying, she turned out to be like one of those people who acts real nice in your face, but then when you guys are alone, you know what I'm saying, she's a complete rude a-hole. So, yo, type of one in the chat if you guys have ever run into a chick that was really, or a person who was really nice to you, and then later on you find out that they're like the wicked witch of the east. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying, I went on and, you know, let her move with the chick. So a little bit, like a week into moving with the chick, not even that freaking long. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's up, Sharice? What's up, Ultra Gogeta? Yeah. So not even that long into the lady moving with her, you know what I'm saying, my sister moving with the old lady, the lady comes to me and, you know, she tells me like all this bad stuff about my sister. And I'm like, I don't really care. Not a big deal, right? But then my sister comes to me and tells me that the lady is telling her that I'm saying horrible stuff behind her back. And I tell my sister, I'm like, yo, does that make any sense? Have I ever done that before? Does that make sense to you? based on how long we've known each other, like hundreds of years practically. And she's like, you know what, Maurice? Now that I think about it, that doesn't make sense for so you don't do that. You've never done that. So I'm like, so yeah, it definitely seems based on what we know now, it seems like this lady is lying to you and gaslighting you, trying to get you to fight and, you know what I mean, act up and do all types of crazy whatnot and whatnot. What's up, extra man? What's up, Zan? You know what I'm saying? What's up, backup? What's up, a cap? What's up, extra? Yo, what's up, Wise? The mystical. What it is, everybody? All right, you guys. Yo, so what time is it where you guys are at? For real, for real. Also, and where you guys from? I know we got some Atlanteans off up in this mug. I know we got some people who are like from Florida, some Texas people, yeah. You know what I mean? Even some Europeans off up in this mug. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I keep on freaking, so about 2 weeks later, this, wouldn't you know it, my little sister comes back over my house again. I get this loud knock on the door. Bah, 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 bah. I go to the door and I'm like, hey, what's up, Tiffany? And she's like, no. She's just, and when I open the door, she's seething mad, bro. She's like, I know it's you. I know it's you. And I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? She's like, the chick told me, the lady I live with, she told me, she said that you've been saying all this awful stuff about me. And I know it's you. I know you've been talking shit. And I'm like, no, like, okay. So I asked Tiffany once again. I'm like, yo, you know, so does that make any sense? Like, have you heard me ever do any of that? Does that make any sense? You know what I'm saying? And she's like, you know what? She calms down. I bring her in the house. I get her some water. You know what I'm saying? She drinks the water and stuff. And afterwards she sits down. And I'm like, Tiffany, now does that make any sense? She's like, oh, you know what? She catches her breath and shit. She's like, oh, you know what? That doesn't make any sense. You're right. I was tripping. You're right. Martha just keeps telling me stuff. And after a while, it freaks me out. And I just got to come over and ask, you know what I mean? Make sure you ain't talking that shit. I'm like, Tiffany, come on now. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I told her, like, yo, stop listening to Martha because this woman is just going to keep lying. She's just going to keep lying and saying it ain't her. You know what I'm saying? So then, you know, my sister, she goes back over there. And like 3 days later, I'm hanging out at my apartment complex as I usually was. And literally, I get a bang on my freaking door. And I'm like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? I get up, all I hear is bah, 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 bah. So I get up and I walk over to my door and I'm like, what the shit? I open it. Nigga, guess who it was? You know what I'm saying? Type of 1 in the chat if it was Martha. Type of 2 in the chat if it was my sister. Type of 1 in the chat if it was Martha. Type of 2 in the chat if it was my sister. So tell me why. I freaking turns out, oh, also W's in the chat to the mod squad for keeping the chat nice and safe. You know what I'm saying? Making sure that people ain't up in there trying to gang bang and whatnot. Hey, what's up, 301? Yo, what's up, What's up, Sharice? What's up, GTA Vader? Yo, what's up? What's up, Becca? What's up, Ultra Gogeta? Yo, what it is, Optimal? All right, so with that being said, indeed turned out to be, so which one was number 1? You know what I'm saying? So, it was Martha. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. So I open up the door and Martha's standing there and she's pissed. And she's got all of her family members with her. When I tell you she had all of them, she had like 30 freaking people with her. I'm like, what the shit? She's like, yeah, come outside. I'm about to whoop your ass right now. And I'm like, what are you talking about? For what? She's like, you've been bad talking me. You've been telling people that I'm a piece of shit. And I was like, no, I never said that. You know, I told my sister, you know what I mean? I told my little sister, because she keeps coming over here trying to fight me based on stuff you're telling her. Like, don't tell my sister crazy shit, so she'll come over here and try to fight me. So yeah, I told my sister that you're lying to her, because you are. You know what I'm saying? So type of 1 in the chat if you would have told your little sister the truth about this woman lying. Type of 2 in the chat if you would have just been, you know, if you would have just been like, oh, it's okay, yeah, I'm talking smack. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like, yeah, type of 1 in the chat if you guys would have, you know, told her the truth like I did. Type of 2 in the chat if you would have just, you know, let her be tripping. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, what's up? What's up, Bush Wookie? What's up, Jaffe? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What's up? Yo, thank you, mods. Yo, appreciate you, Optimal. For real. Appreciate you, mods. What's up, Jeff? Hey, what's up, GTA Vader? What's up, Joven? All right, so with that being said, I told the chick, I was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, so she's like, yeah, come outside so we can fight right now. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Type of 1 in the chat if once we reach the super chat milestone, the first super chat milestone, which is 15 super chat, you guys want me to tell you guys the story of the time someone almost tricked me into doing meth. You know what I'm saying? Almost did meth. So type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear that story. Once we reach the first super chat milestone, which is 15 super chat, type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story instead, you know what I'm saying, of the time that I hung out with the dude that robbed my house after he robbed my house and didn't do anything to him. You know what I'm saying? He robbed my house, hung out with him, didn't do anything to him. You know what I'm saying? Now, 3 months later after that, I did something to him, but that's different. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, did nothing to him. Yeah, it didn't feel good. You know what I'm saying? Hanging out with that dude and then letting him, talk all that smack in front of me and whatnot. He had his girl there with him and all of that. He was talking all the shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we got 3 1s. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Understandable. All right, cool. You know what I'm saying? Yo, appreciate you for the compliment, Astro. You know what I'm saying? You guys got great energy, Brody. Appreciate you. What's up, Dynasty? What's up, Sharice? What's up, Hells? You know what I'm saying? For real. Hey, what's up, Rashawn? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. W's in the chat to the mod squad. All right, so with that being said, once we reach 50 in super chat, I'm going to tell you guys the story of the time when I almost got tricked into doing meth, man. Almost did it, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? It's a coworker of mine, too. You know what I'm saying? Can't believe he's done this. You know what I'm saying? Bruh. So, with that being said, I'm outside, so the chick tells me, she's like, yo, let's go outside. Let's fight, me and you, right now. Let's do this. So, I'm not planning on just fighting this woman, because there's a chick, you know what I'm saying? And not only was she a chick, but this was a trap. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, this was a gaslight. She tried to get me to come over here and gaslight me into doing some shit super duper goofy to make me look like a fool. Because when you fight a chick, it's a lose-lose. You know what I'm saying? There's no point. I don't even argue with females. It's a lose-lose. There's no freaking point. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you win the argument, she's going to get revenge on you later, and the revenge be way worse than, you know what I'm saying, what she's getting back at you for. Or, you know what I'm saying, you argue with her, you lose the argument, and then she really starts talking shit. So with that being said, I'm not about to argue with this chick. You know what I'm saying? She's coming over here yelling at me. She's trying to get me to fight her. I'm not falling for this. So what I do is I tell her, I'm like, yo, you know what? Yeah, we can fight. Sure, let's go out there. She's like, yeah, follow me. I'm about to whoop your ass. I'm about to break your legs. I'm about to break your. So her and her entire crowd, so she's brought her whole family with her, mind you, 30-something people. So she walks, you know what I'm saying? She turns around, starts waddling down the stairs. I start following after her, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So we walk downstairs right into the little grassy knoll right in front of my crib, a little patch of grass and shit. And all of her people surround us like it's like a real fight, like in high school. You know what I'm saying? Type of 1 in the chat if you guys have ever seen a fight in high school. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys have never seen a fight in high school. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know what I'm saying, baby girl, all of her family members, they all crowd around me and shit. And they're like, you know what I mean? Yeah, fight. Yeah, fight. And I'm just like, what the shit? So tell me why. You know what I'm saying? The lady, she jumps up and she squares up on me like she's really about to try to fight me, right? So when she squares up and starts walking towards me, yeah, I'm about to. So I want you guys to think of this woman. She basically was the black version of that one Caucasian old lady from Family Guy, the one that was fighting Mike Tyson, where she was like, yeah, I'm about to bop you one, young man. Type of 1 in the chat, you guys know who I'm talking about. I'm about to get you, young man. I'm about to show you what it do. So, you know what I'm saying? She, squares up on me and whatnot. She, pulls guard and she starts walking me down. What do you guys think I did, man? Terrifying. Terrifying work. Terrifying stuff what I did, man. My way of getting out of this was diabolical. Completely diabolical. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, this is what I did, right? This is what I did. I looked the chick dead in the face, you know what I'm saying? And, oh boy. So, like I said, you know what I'm saying? If you guys, for a 10 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys the drug that the lady was addicted to, you know what I'm saying? For 30 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys the entire story of how I found out she was on the drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw her do it. She needed Jesus. She needed something is what she needed. Unfortunately, it was probably more drugs in her mind. But with that being said, the chick, you know what I'm saying, she freaking, she walks close up on me. She tries to pull guard, you know what I'm saying? I turn around. I mooned the chick. I just mooned her. You know what I'm saying? Pulled my butt out. I mooned the lady in front of her and all of her family members because the lady kept yelling and screaming and talking a bunch of crazy shit. I'm gonna whoop your ass. I'm gonna do. And I'm just like, yo, like the shit. So, you know what I'm saying? I went on and mooned the chick. Mooned her right in front of her freaking family. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And then after I mooned her, she got real mad. That's when she got really mad. You know what I'm saying? Bruh. Sup. Ooh. You know what I'm saying? Yo. All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? After she got super duper mad, you know what I mean? She has the nerve to freaking baby girl, you know what I'm saying? She starts yelling and screaming all types of diabolical shit. You know what I'm saying? Just diabolical stuff. Like, bro, like the stuff she was yelling, I ain't never heard come out of no woman's mouth before that. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, yo, like once we reach 30 in Super Chat, we'll unlock the rest of the freaking story. I'll tell you guys the insane parts. I'll tell you guys the stuff she was yelling. Because the stuff she was yelling was diabolical, and I wouldn't want any of you guys to take it to heart, because that's freaking insane. You know what I'm saying? For real. That's what's up. Hey, what's up, the Master King Shaggy Rogers? Yeah. Always use the distance in the fight. Yeah, that's for real. Yo, so type of 1 in the chat if that's a freaking crazy ass freaking story, yo. Type of 2 in the chat if that story is like, yeah. But that lady was crazy, bro, because that's not the first time, that's not the last time we had to freaking deal with that chick. You know what I'm saying? But that is nowhere near crazier than this one time when I was dating this one chick, you know what I'm saying? And I'm over her house and we're hanging out, you know what I'm saying? Literally kicking it. And her baby daddy calls. And he's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you over there? Like, you've been over there a bunch. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yeah, I'm over here hanging out. You know what I'm saying? And then the dude is like, oh yeah, well, you know what? You know what I'm saying? You better make an honest woman out of her. Okay, so this is the part that I left out the last time I told you guys this story. All right, so because a lot of my stories have a lot of unlockables, a lot of stuff that I've left out because it's so crazy that, it's really crazy. I got a lot of really crazy stories. Bruh, tell me why this dude was already married to a different chick. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? One time I was talking to this girl and, she was like an ex of mine. We rekindled stuff, started hanging out. And next thing you know, I'm going over there. And then, this dude calls and starts like trying to rob me and shit. You know what I mean? He's like, yo, I'll come over there. I got a gun. I'm like, yo, bruh, that shit don't make no damn sense. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm over there hanging out, eating all of her kids' fruit snacks and whatnot, and we get a call, you know what I'm saying? Well, she gets a call, and the call is, yo, I don't really know. So when she gets the call, she puts it on speakerphone, right? And she's like, yo, he wants to talk to you. And I'm like, what the fuck? So the reason why this is crazy is because You know what I'm saying? 3 months before that. Now this woman had told me this dude was just her friend. I never knew that they was even involved. She told me that they were just friends. She's like, oh, he comes over, he hangs out, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, don't even look into it. He's just a friend of mine. We don't do anything. He just comes over my house 2-3 times a week to hang out. Now, type of 1 in the chat, if that meant that they were more than likely doing stuff. Type of 2 in the chat, if they were just friends. You know what I'm saying? You always gotta, just because it looked and sounded like that, and she told you that's what it was, doesn't mean that that's what it is. She was, yeah. Understandable. Yo, what's up, Zay? What's up, Pace? Yo, what's up, Marco? What's up, GTA? But yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Homegirl, like, came at me, you know what I'm saying? And, like, just, it was weird. I was just like, yo, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is how you feel? Nigga. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it obviously was what it was. You know what I'm saying? Nigga. So, for a 10 in Super Chat, you know what I'm saying? I'll tell you guys the situation that made me feel, the thing that she did that made me feel like she was cheating with this other dude. You know what I'm saying? For a 20 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys the story of the entire situation. You know what I'm saying? For 50 in Super Chat, we'll do a 30-minute story time on the entire situation, because normally it would be like 2 hours, but I can condense it down to all the action-packed parts. You know what I'm saying? Yo, W's in the chat to the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. PhD, go check out 2 of my newest short songs. W's in the chat to the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. Yo, we're about to go check out some of your new music, brodies. W's in the chat. Yo, all right, you guys. So, with that being said, we're going to tell the story while the Masked King Shaggy Rogers keeps us lit in the background. Make sure to go check out the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. He makes really, really freaking good music. You know what I'm saying? I still got to figure out how he makes his beats, but I'll never ask because it's always a chef's secret. All right, so we're going to check out your channel, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. I got you coming up fresh, Brody. W's in the chat. All right, so let's see. We're going to the homie's channel. All right, cool. Okay. W's in the chat for the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. For real, for real. Yo, so the easiest way to super chat your boy is directly through the link that's in the description up above. Leads directly to my tip jar, and YouTube don't take half of that mug, so it's worth double the points. All right, so with that being said, we turning off this music. I forgot where I'm playing it from. It's from like one of my many other tabs. All right, so let's see. Boom. Yo, that's what's up. All right, so the Masked King Shaggy Rogers, yo, he just put out a video called Rock and Roll with Santa Claus, and it's pulling views. That's what's up. All right, so you got another song called Hoochie Daddy. Yo, that's what's up. I'm not going to tell that story. Man, that reminds me of a story, man. I used to be a Hoochie Daddy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like Mia Khalifa or Black China nowadays. I'm completely don't do none of that nasty stuff. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? This is the Masked King Shaggy Rogers' latest track. You know what I'm saying? Make sure to check him out. All right, so this is what happened. I'm going to tell the whole story of what happened, all right? So for the next half an hour, I got you guys coming up fresh. So, I'm going to freaking make sure that, you know what I'm saying? Yo, all right, so, hold up. Wait, hold up. Chick blew up my phone. I took the chick. Wait, hold up. All right, so, peep game. This is what happened. So, this girl in particular, I had a huge freaking crush on this chick for a minute, right? Now, this is the same girl that I worked with at Bellagio. All right, that's secret number 1. This is the same girl that was on the phone with me while I was in that haunted ass stairway. That's secret number 2. You know what I'm saying? Secret number 3, this is the same girl that I've gotten pregnant before. You know what I'm saying? She chose to have an abortion. You know what I'm saying? I agreed with her based on how many baby fathers she already had. She already had like 1,700 of them. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I told her, I was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, you know what I mean, father a kid if, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, me and the chick haven't been together for 5 years and the relationship ain't real strong. Cause, you know, she was going Haley Bailey, my black ass. You know what I'm saying? That's secret number 3 and or 4. It's probably secret number 4. Secret number 5. This chick tried to make me her sugar daddy. You know what I'm saying? And I was her sugar daddy for like 2 years. I was this chick's sugar daddy for 2 years. The only way you can learn to pimp is to simp first. You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, I am not no pimp. I had a woman ask me that one time, and no, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate the compliment though. Now, with that being said, the 5th secret is me and this woman dated collectively for about 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So, 5 secrets all rolled up into one. W's in the chat for the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. Here's the entire story. So, with that being said, make sure to go subscribe to the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. You know what I'm saying? All right, so you can hear the music in the background. We got to play this background music for the story time. You know what I'm saying? Yo, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers, do I have your permission to use this music in the video when I do my story? I will make sure to link you in the description. You know what I'm saying? To any of the songs, to any of your channel, if we have any of your music in the background. Now, with that being said, me and this chick, we started dating back in, let's say, oh my God, first time I met this chick. So after the thing happened with us being in the stairwell, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, she saved me from the haunted freaking stairwell. You know, thank you God for her for that. You know, after that, I was like, yo, I really like this girl's energy. You know what I'm saying? She's cool. So we started kicking it. We started chilling. She started coming over. You know what I'm saying? One thing led to another. You know what I'm saying? Then she moved me into her house. You know what I'm saying? There's another story you guys don't know. So she moved me into her house. And at a certain point after she moved me into her house, she wouldn't let me leave. So because I was always at her crib and she was always cooking such delicious food, I decided to go ahead and freaking stay. You know what I'm saying? I was like, bruh, you know, like this is baby girl at this mug. You know what I'm saying? Like she cooking all this food. You know what I'm saying? I'm in love. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, other than watching True Blood, everything was cool. Now, about 2 years in of me living with her, right? One day I come home and there's this random nigga sitting on the couch, right? You know what I'm saying? The Masked King Shaggy Rogers. This is a story that you guys, I've never told you guys, not on purpose. Type of 1 in the chat, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. If you want me to if you want me to finish this story, type of 2 in the chat. If you want me to fast forward past it and then go to one of the, you know, like more of a meatier part of the story. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you, bros. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. All right, so with that being said, we don't talk about religion and we don't talk about politics in the comment section. For real, for real. So, with that being said, that's awesome, TJ, that you've been watching me since you were 9. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Whiskey? Appreciate you for the compliment. That dude's popular. Thanks, bros. Hey, what's up, someone, T-Bud? Yo, what's up, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers? All right, so, with that being said, okay, fast forward past this part. All right, so, if you guys do want to hear the story of when I walked in the house and she had a different dude in the house, which who she was cheating on me with, for 30 in Super Chat, you know what I mean? We will unlock that basically, that entire freaking story. So once we reach the next 30 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys that whole freaking story. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, I'm freaking, you know what I'm saying? So, fast forward, right? There was another situation, another secret situation that, you know, we're going to fast forward past. So, now, fast forward to about 7 years into us talking, right? You know, everything's cool, and I'm thinking everything's good. Now, at this point, you know what I'm saying, I'm not living with her. They calling me. Now, at this point, I'm not living with her anymore. But, what type of shit Why would my phone do this to me? That is because I had it in my pocket. Yo, type of 1 in the chat if you ever had your phone in your pocket and just started pocket dialing people. Type of 2 in the chat if you've never had your phone in your pocket and just started pocket dialing people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, so with that being said, So the girl comes over, man, you know what I'm saying, and everything's cool. And at a certain point, once we become comfortable enough, I start going over to her house. Now, once I start going over to her house, baby girl, you know what I'm saying, I'm going over her house, eating all her kids' snacks. You know what I'm saying? Like, at one point, she was actually an employee of mine for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But she, started asking for stuff. So I was like, well, it'd be mean to tell her no. So with that being said, now there was this dude, this light-skinned dude who had dreads. This motherfucker looked just like King Von. Just like King Von. Long dreads, sold drugs, you know what I'm saying? Rode ATVs, smashed really big white women. He did all the regular gangbanger activities. You feel me? With that being said, homeboy came through. You know what I'm saying? One day I come over and he's over there. And he's smoking the blunt. He's got his homeboy with him. You know what I'm saying? And I'm there. I'm chilling. I don't know who he is. She tells me he's just her friend. So I'm going to treat him like it's just her friend. So I'm out there conversating with him, just talking, hanging out. Type of 1 in the chat if you've ever accidentally hung out with the dude that a girl that you was talking to was doing, was cheating on you with. Type of 2 in the chat if you've never had a girl trick you into hanging out with the dude that your girl was cheating on you with. Happens to the best of us. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, I'm just like, I'm not really tripping. I'm just, having a good time and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So at a certain point, these motherfuckers have the nerve to freaking, you know what I mean? Like the homie's like, yo, the King Von looking nigga, he look at me. He's like, yo, let me drive your car. And I'm like, and at the time I had the Corvette. You know what I'm saying? I was driving a really, really nice Corvette and shit. The one I ended up crashing. But I was, never told you guys that story, actually. Yeah. I wonder where the Corvette went. Lucky to be alive, man. It's one of the times I survived death. You know what I'm saying? And when I say I survived death, I have to be one of the luckiest men in the world to have survived this situation. The car crash that happened. You know what I'm saying? I still don't know how I survived it. Yo, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Type of 1 in the chat, if once we reach the next super chat milestone, you guys want me to tell you guys that story of how I survived that car crash that I don't understand how I was able to survive. You know what I'm saying? Because that mug was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Type of 2 in the chat, if you guys want to hear the story, once we reach the next super chat milestone, if you guys want to hear the story about why I stopped selling drugs and the situations that made me stop selling drugs, 1s and 2s. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, I still owe you guys the story of the time I almost did meth with my coworker, which is coming up right after this story. Now, so the King Von dude, he looks at me, he asks me like, yo, let me drive your car. And I'm like, why would I do that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I should do that. You know what I mean? Now, I got you guys. All right, so once we reach the next 50 in super chat, we gonna unlock the story of why I stopped selling drugs and the situations that led up to me stopping selling drugs. Because, that shit, there's nothing in it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What's even worse is, what if you're good at it and you scale your business? And the stuff you gotta do, man. I met a drug dealer who's who's 45. This nigga pulls a gun on me because he swears to God that I'm an op. I'm there at the pool party. I'm swimming with the naked stripper hoes, right? And he comes out and he pulls a gun on me. Yo, are you an op? Cause you a hitman? You here again? I'm like, yo, I'm here for the hoes. I play video games, bro. I don't do none of that. Yes, I look the part. Thank you for the compliment. But nigga, that was years ago. I've done my time. I don't do no drug dealing anymore, But with that being said, if anyone ever asks you if I've ever sold drugs, tell them this is all fake. This is Photoshop, people. This didn't happen. None of it. no, Pinterest, Tumblr, you know, shit like that. So with that being said, you know, this W's in the chat to the Masked King Shaggy Rogers, by the way, Brody. W's in the chat. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Here, yeah. We gonna tell this story standing up. It deserves lots of energy. So, oh my God, yes, I like that. Hold up. So with that being said, the King Von dude, he asked me to drive my car. I tell him, fuck no, man. Hell no, you ain't driving my car, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Type of 1 in the chat, if you would have let the gangbanger drive your car. Type of 2 in the chat, if you would not have let the gangbanger drive your $70,000 car. But it's a nice $70,000 car. You know what I'm saying? The thing that influenced me to getting the Corvette is when I saw Sniper Wolf get a Corvette. You know what I'm saying? And that Corvette was nice. You know what I'm saying? Understandable. Hell no, I ain't let them drive my car. That's real, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. Fuck no. Then this nigga pulls his gun on us. And it's like, now the Masked King Shaggy Rogers, you was there with me. Anybody that super chats is in the story with me, just not in a bad way, only in a good way. And with that being said, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers, this son of a bitch pulls a gun on us. He pulls his gun. And he's like, yo, so, and when he pulls his gun, he doesn't just point it at me. He pulls his gun. When I tell him no, he pulls his gun out of his pocket and he hands it to his friend in front of me. Oh, for real? So you ain't gonna let me drive your car? That's what he does. He steps closer. Oh, so you ain't gonna let me drive your car? And whenever a dude does this to you, like whenever a dude like squares himself off, if a dude is talking to you and he ever does this, for real, that means he's thinking about hitting you. That's exactly what that is. He is thinking of it. Type of 1 in the chat if you're ever talking to a dude and he does this. That means he's thinking about hitting you in your face. Type of 2 in the chat. If no, that's not what that looks like. He's just, you know, getting a different position. This nigga, homie, legit, he really thought about this. He was like, what for? He handed his gun off. He's like, yo, for real? You ain't gonna let me drive your car? And I was like, no. And he's like, so you really ain't gonna let me drive your car? And I'm like, no, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I know you're a really good driver, but, you know, I don't let anybody drive my car. Not even a girl I date. I don't let nobody drive my car. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just don't do it. So he's like, oh, okay. That's what's up. And then he does a regular look. He stands with me regularly again. So then, you know what I'm saying? So at this point, I know what that was. I know that he pulled a gun on us. I know. So I'm just like, you know, I don't like this motherfucker no more. I don't trust him. You know what I'm saying? So you gonna ask me for some shit you know you don't deserve. You know what I'm saying? You know you shouldn't get from me. And then if I tell you no, you gonna shoot me. You gonna shoot us. You gonna shoot us. You know what I mean? It's messed up, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. You know what I'm saying? But we held it down. We held our composure in the face of a pistol. Now, I'm not gonna lie. On the inside, I was shitting pellets. I was pooping pellets on the inside, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm allergic to gunshot wounds. I break out and I start bleeding profusely. I break out in like holes and shit. It's terrible. You know what I'm saying? I don't like no blowholes on me. I don't want no dolphin blowholes put onto me. You know what I'm saying? No extra breathing apparatuses. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So with that being said, after I told him no, I didn't want that nigga over the house no more. I didn't want him kicking it around me. I didn't want to be around him. He's the reason why I got out of being around gangbangers and shit. It's the reason why I don't really kick it with him. You know what I'm saying? Because you want some shit and the nigga tell you no and you just gonna shoot him now. Wow. So that same guy, fast forward 2 weeks later, right? I'm hanging out at Cher's house, right? I'm hanging out and I'm chilling. Now, mind you, Cher has told me that this dude is just her friend. She say he just a friend. She say he just a friend. Oh, bitch, it's you. We ain't gonna go into the whole parody. You know what I mean? Oh, baby, you. Like, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm over there kicking it. You know what I mean? Eating all of her baby snacks. I'm talking Capri Suns. I'm chowing down, man. I'm having a feast of candy delectableness. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking Capri Suns. I'm talking Gushers. You know what I mean? I'm the fruit roll-ups, nigga. I'm eating everything is delicious. You know what I'm saying? And I'm covered in like Gusher candy bits and shit, like dust off the hot Cheeto dust and shit. My fingers tips is all red. I'm licking my fingers, and we get a call right as I'm licking my last finger. We get a call, you know what I'm saying, from him, and it's on her phone, and she pick up. She's like, oh, okay, here, I put it on speaker, and she puts it on speaker. I'm literally licking the remainder of the Cheeto dust off of my other fingers that I already licked previous to the phone call happening, and I hear this nigga's voice, and he's like, yo, I heard you over there again, cuz. You've been over there a whole lot this week, cuz. And I'm like, yeah, I have. And he's like, oh yeah? Well, you need to pay up. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Nigga, they tried to sell me vagina that I'd already gotten. Diabolical work. Like, what type of shit is that? Type of one in the chat if that's messed up for them to try to sell you happy place that you've already been hanging out with for the past 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Type of two in the chat that, business is business. You know what I'm saying? They're just trying to get that money, man. Understandable. So, diabolical work. The Masked King Shaggy Rogers. 1,000,000%. So tell me why these motherfuckers gonna have the nerve. Who calling me? I ain't gonna pick up. So, damn it, what if it's important? So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers gonna have the nerve to be like, yo, sir, you've been over there a lot lately. You need to pay up. And I'm like, pay what? For why? Because the way you trick them is if you can get them to admit that they're selling vagina, which a woman will never do, you ain't got to pay shit. As long as you don't let her trick you into, inadvertently paying for the shit. It's weird. It's very intricate. So with that being said, he's like, yo, man, you need to pay up. And I'm like, pay for what? And he's like, pay for what? And you could tell he had to hold his composure. This is like, pay for what? Mother. So I'm on the phone and I'm like, yeah, pay for what? I'm hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Never admit to having sex, with anything. Even if it's not a person, especially if it's not a person. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, especially. So with that being said, we gonna edit that out. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Never. It don't matter how much you care about her, how much you love her, you know what I'm saying, how much you didn't know. There's some things you just never tell people. Like if you ever went through like a goat phase or like a sheep phase or like a midget phase or something like that, don't never tell people. You know what I'm saying? BlastphamousHD, I've told people, but never tell people. You know what I'm saying? Especially not about the goats. You know what I'm saying? I found out my homeboy was in a whole goat sex cult. Yes, you heard it right. A lot of you, yep. He had a literal, I'm not gonna say he had a throat goat. I'm not gonna say that. I hope that wasn't what it was. But he did force the goat to wear a 2-piece hot pink bathing suit. And I saw it and we stopped being friends from that point. I couldn't even be friends with him. Couldn't even do it. I still feel bad for him. Because he used to tell me his female problems. He used to tell me how women treated him. And I'm like, man. And I understand, bro. Women are difficult. They're all difficult. But don't go. You know what I mean? Like, at least stick within your own species. Get like an Asian. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Get like a white girl or something. You know what I'm saying? The chick's really tripping, not, you know what I mean? Don't hit up the petting zoo. You know what I'm saying? Like, but my bad. Good Lord, I have so much fun telling you guys these stories. So, with that being said, oh yeah, this whole video is Photoshop, the bathing ape. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we a hologram like a Chief Keef concert. Because you know that nigga banned in Chicago. So, with that being said, also type of one in the chat if you guys can hear everything I'm saying. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys can't hear any of the audio. So the homie, so the dude over the phone, he's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, you know what? You need to marry her, cuz. You know what I'm saying? Cuz though he tried to set me up like I was some sort of trick. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing, you know what I mean? Like, luckily enough for me, based on where I grew up at, that's one thing that I've been very prepared for in life. You know, at least not to become that type. You know what I'm saying? I just can't get it like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem getting married. I want to get married. Once I find a chick that's worth it, you know what I'm saying? She treat me the way I want to be treated for 5 years, I marry her. You know what I'm saying? I'll give it a whirl if she act right. Real talk. We all would. Type of 1 in the chat. If you met a woman that treated you the way you want to be treated, you give her the world. You know what I'm saying? Type of 2 in the chat. If you met a girl that treated you, you know, only kind of good, you give her kind of the world. You feel me? That's just in every single one of us men. If we meet a woman that treats us the way we want to be treated, we give her the world. The shirt off our back, the everything, our car, all the money. You know what I mean? You give her everything. You know what I'm saying? I've done it a bunch of times. We all will, and I'll do it again in the future more than likely. If a chick act right. If she don't act right, she get pay less. And she get Burger King and maybe a sandwich sometimes. You know, it ain't even gonna have meat on it or nothing. It'd be a bread sandwich, you know what I mean? 2 pieces of bread with a 3rd piece of bread in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Bon appetit, bitch. Then have the nerve to give her a fork and a knife. Yeah, and you better cut it into pieces too. You better savor that shit. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? The female, the chick, you know what I'm saying? She's looking at me like, I don't know why he's saying this to me. And then the dude, he's like, yeah, so you better marry her, cuz. You better make an honest woman out of her. And I'm like, why would I do that? I just asked him, I was like, why would I do that? And the way I said that, I think he read the tone. He understood that the reason, like, why would I do that? This chick is selling vagina, kind of. You know what I'm saying? She's boning you. She's boning me. She's probably boning 6, 7 other niggas. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck I look like wifing this up? She ain't got no wife qualifications. You know, she cooks. But that's probably only because she got kids. So the dude, you know what I'm saying, he says to me over the phone, he ain't like that because he was planning on, you know, if I marry her, and this is the trick. If I marry her, then he gets half of the money that I give her. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ever heard of a dude being with a chick and then he gives the girl money and then she'll go and give it to the dude? He's pimping her. At least he was trying to pimp. You know what I'm saying? That was his thing. So I was like, yo, you know what? I'm good. I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, like, he was like, oh yeah, well, what you gonna do if I come over there, cuz? And I was like, I'm just not gonna be here. And he just started laughing. He started dying laughing because he understood right then. He's like, shit. You know what I'm saying? This dude ain't even a little bit in love with this chick. He ain't fall for even none of her shit. None of it. That's my thing. You know what I'm saying? I'll treat a woman pretty much how she act. If she have a whole bunch of dudes and she ain't loyal, then, you know, she gets to live her life and be all free and hang out with me when, you know, we watch music videos or, you know, play video games or something. You know what I'm saying? But if she wants to be all loyal and all about me and shit, then I'll give her the world. You know what I'm saying? But what's really funny is some girls, they'll freaking they'll do grimy shit and then get mad at you when you don't give them the world. Yeah, I boned your brother, your cousin, and your dad, but what do you mean you ain't gonna buy me a Range Rover? Huh? Or even worse, yeah, I boned your cousin, your brother, and your dad, and you had the nerve to talk to the waitress? He's cheating on me. We've all run into a good amount of that one. All right, so with that being said, we are jumping into the first super chat request from you guys was the time I almost did meth. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh, that's a rough one. So, this is what happened, right? I was a porter at the time. I was a porter at this place called Twain Estates. You know what I'm saying? I was a maintenance man / porter / groundskeeper. So my job was to walk around every day and, like, you know, clean stuff up and stuff, you know what I mean? Make sure that the freaking, you know, the place was all nice and spick and span and whatnot. W's in the chat to the Mass King Shaggy Rogers again. Make sure to go subscribe to him, goddammit. Check him out. Listen to his new song. You know what I'm saying? Bro, Mass King Shaggy Rogers, you are a marketing genius, bro. Because a lot of people, they don't really like, well, look, first off, you're putting up shorts, you know what I'm saying? And you've got some good marketing practices, bro. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Type, what time is it where you guys are at and where are you guys from? You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. We had some Europe off up in this mug a little bit earlier. You know what I'm saying? We had some Venezuela off up in this mug. Some Colombiana. You know what I'm saying? Some Puerto Rico. For real, for real. Yeah, yeah. Oh boy. So with that being said, what's up, Steven? What's up, W3? What's up, the bathing ape? Yeah, yeah. What's up? All right, see you later, Brody. Yeah, yeah. See you later, bro. Hey, what's up, kicking back? Yo, all right, so this is what happened. Now, at this time, okay, so the Masked King Shaggy Rogers, type of 1 in the chat if you want to hear the story about why I stopped selling drugs first, or type of 2 in the chat if you want to hear the story about the time that my coworker tried to trick me into doing meth. You know what I'm saying? If you want to hear that one first. So a 1, if you want to hear the drug dealing stories first. A 2, if you guys want to hear the meth story first. You know what I'm saying? The Masked King Shaggy Rogers, he gets precedence. He's our highest super chatter in the stream, yo. For real, for real. Yeah, yeah. That's what's up. Hey, that's cool, Minnow. Yo, hey, what time is it where you guys are at? For real, for real. Look at you guys' clock, you know what I'm saying? Or your wristwatch or something. Let me know what time it is where you guys are at. That lets me know what time zone you guys are in. For real, for real. Both sound crazy. For real, for real. He said your name. It's not pre-recorded. No, this is pre-recorded. You know what I'm saying? 1,000,000% pre-recorded. You know what I'm saying? I recorded this 17 years ago. For real, for real. That's why I still look so good. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Hey, what's up, Carter? What's up, Kaner? What's up? What's up, Zaxiel? What's up, 28 God? What's up? It's Optimal. What's up, Juwan? What's up, Kicking Back? All right, so with that being said, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers, let me know which video you want to hear first, Brody. For real, for real. I think he said number 1. We'll go for number 1. I think we'll go for the drug. We'll go for the drug one first. We'll go for the one where I learned to not sell drugs. So this is what happened. You know what I'm saying? When I was a kid, you know, I was predisposed to selling drugs because I thought it was a good idea. You know what I'm saying? It was the only entrepreneurial venture that was really in front of me when I was younger. I didn't know about any of it. The internet hadn't happened yet. I didn't know about any of the stuff that I know now. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? At a certain point, I think I was about 19. You know what I'm saying? Now, I didn't fall in with the wrong crowd. I was kind of born with the wrong crowd. So, with that being said, everybody was pretty much selling drugs. I still remember the first time I ran into a drug dealer at my freaking high school. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's a completely different story time I can tell you guys a little bit later on. You know what I'm saying? 30 in Super Chat, and I'll tell you guys that drug dealer story of when I met the drug dealer in high school after we get done with this drug dealer story. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I run into, I was 19 and I had bought, I decided I wanted to try to sell weed for a living, right? So I went and I bought, what was it? It was like $300. I think it was $600 worth of weed. You know what I'm saying? Because the person that sold me the weed told me that if I spent $600 on that weed, if I sold it right, I could make like $1,000 or $1,200 off of it, which sounds like a really good business venture. You know what I'm saying? You know, grew up in the projects. So with that being said, I take half the weed, right? And I take it over to my Rashad Banks's apartment complex. The dude that later on ended up robbing my house at gunpoint, right? I take it over to his apartment complex. Of course they're calling me. Man. Yo, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I took it over to, I took 300 of it over to my homeboy's apartment complex because that's where all the people were, buying weed at, right? So I go over there and, I'm trying to sell weed. I sold like 10 $15 worth of weed, which is literally like a freaking what? $6 profit? You know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, good Jesus. So after I sold this guy the freaking $20 worth of weed, this motherfucker tries to rob me. Nigga. So that's when I learned that job sucks. You know what I'm saying? You get freaking robbed. Probably. So I'm out there, you know what I'm saying? I got the freaking, I took like $300 worth of weed with me and shit. So, you know, I walk up to the dude is like standing outside his apartment complex. I walk up to him, I'm like, yo, you know what I mean? Like, yo, what's up? Like, you know what I mean? Because you don't just say it off rip. I'm like, yo, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Yo, where you from? Blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, I'm from here. Yo, you know, you got the 20 on you? I'm like, yeah, I got you. So I pull out the 20 and shit. I pull out the $20 worth of weed. This motherfucker gonna look at me and be like, oh, dude, I ain't even got no change on me. I'm like, motherfucker, what? How you gonna ask? Now we sit here and conversated for 4 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You say you got the money, and then I pull out the $20 worth of weed, and then now you ain't got the money. Motherfucker, what? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, nigga. So I'm just like, yo, well then I'm not gonna sell you the weed then. And he's like, yo, Ash, look, you can't just you know, do me a favor and just give me that. Like, let me just, you know, hold that for you. And I'm like, I'm not, I can't do that. I'm not gonna do that. And he's like, oh, word? You ain't gonna just give it to me. You ain't gonna give it to me? And I'm like, no, why would I do that? Tell me why. As he says this, 3 dudes step out from behind the other side of the buildings, and then they step over there. And I know what it was. They didn't walk up on me, but they like stood close by, just watching. I knew what it was. They about to jump me. This is a setup for $20. I'm like, nigga. So then dude has the nerve to start asking me, yo, hey man, you know, how much weed you got on you? I'm trying to buy up all of it. And I'm like, nigga. So now I know this is a setup. They want to see how much weed I have on me so that they can rob the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, you know what, man, all I got is this 20 on me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to keep it real with you. It's not really that good. I'm only selling it for my homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, I only got the 20 on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can go back and get more. And then, you know, I can come back in like 4 hours. I have like $200 worth of weed on me if y'all want that. If y'all want to buy that off me. And he's like, yeah. Come back in, you know, 2 hours with the $200. I'm like, yeah, no problem. Talk to you later. You know what I'm saying? Turned around, walked, got the hell up out of there. And that's the last time I ever tried selling weed, bro. Last time. I was like, nigga, I'm not about to get shot at and jumped, stepped on and stabbed for $20, man. So nigga, that's not it. That's not even it. It gets worse. So at that point, I go back to my house where I was staying with my family. And I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to stash the rest of the $560 worth of weed that I had left because I sold $40 somewhere else. I was like, yo, I'm just going to stash the remaining $560 worth of weed here and then go and, you know, sell elsewhere and all that other good stuff, right? Tell me why. Tell me why. So about 3 weeks later, I go to meet up with the guy that I was gonna have sell my weed for me, right? Because I'd given him $200 worth. I'd given him $260 worth of weed to sell for me, and he was gonna get to keep a piece of the profit and then give me the profit so that I could re-up and get more weed, right? So to keep the business going. So I give him the weed, and about 3 weeks later, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hit him up to ask him where the money's at. And this shit reminds me so much of the first Friday, bro. This nigga was smoky. Of course, it was Rashad Banks from the projects, the dude that later on ended up robbing my house at gunpoint. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy, 15 super chat, and I will tell you guys that entire story. Oh boy, you know what I'm saying? Robbed my house at gunpoint, and we did stuff to him that makes it as to whereas he never robbed our house again. He kept robbing other people. But he stopped robbing us. That's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? Tell the whole story for a 15, once we unlock it, for a 15 super chat. Now, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I go to collect the money that I'm supposed to have. I'm supposed to have profit after 2 weeks of him selling the weed for me, right? I go to him, and this nigga does some Smokey from Friday ass shit, bro. Smokey from Friday ass shit, bro. This nigga, I go up to him, I'm like, yo, so, count out the rest of my money. And this nigga, I swear to fucking God, bro, this is the most disrespectful thing I've ever had happen to me. Homie pulls out like $40, and he goes to count it, and then he's like, yo, so I got more of it in the house. And I'm like, okay, well, how much weed you got left? And he's like, oh, well, I sold nearly all of it, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got like $100 left, which means he sold 100, which means out of the 300, he's got $140 left, which means not only has he eaten over, not only has he gone far over his own profit, but he ate all my profit too. I get no profit, he got no profit. That's not even enough to re-up and get the same amount back, right? So I'm like, bro, what the shit? He's like, no, dude, I got the rest in the house. Well, he's like, yeah, man, what happened was, I've been loaning weed to people, so they owe me money. I loaned them weed. And on top of that, you know what I'm saying, I started smoking some myself. So I'm like, bro, all right, so you know what, man? I'm like, bro. So after that, you know what I'm saying, I pretty much, I was done with that business venture. You know what I'm saying? Super duper done with that business venture. So then, after that, I freaking took the, you know what I'm saying? I had to go to his house, get the rest of the freaking weed left. And then I went back to my house to get the last of the weed, the other $300, you know what I'm saying, that I had left. You know what I'm saying? Took all the weed, put it in the crib, and then went and tried to find somewhere else where I could hopefully sell it, right? Bro, tell me why I go home, everything was gone. Everything was gone. My family had took it all. Every single grunion. Took it and sold it and just had a great time. Probably had a picnic. They probably played Will Smith music to it and shit. You know what I'm saying? They just took it all. And I'm like, bro, wow. That's family for you. You know what I'm saying? Can't live with them. Cannot live without them, but cannot live with them. Super important. You know what I'm saying? So, yo, type of 1 in the chat if you guys can hear everything. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys cannot hear what I'm saying right now. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, almost dropped this month. You know what I'm saying? Huh? That's what's up. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? That was the thing that made me stop selling drugs to the Masked King Shaggy Rogers. You know what I'm saying? You're probably making a mask right now. That's the thing that did it. You know what I'm saying? It was, getting flu-flammed by everybody. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm done with this. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's not the reason why I got out of robbing, burgling houses. You know what I'm saying? So type of 1 in the chat if you guys, once we reach the next super chat milestone, So type of 1 in the chat if the next super chat milestone we reach, which is 50 in super chat, I tell you guys the story of why I stopped breaking into houses. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy, that one is far worse. You know what I'm saying? Type of 2 in the chat if you guys want me to tell you the story of when I found out my ex-girlfriend was a fucking pimp. An entire pimp. A whole pimp. For real. Yo, no spamming. Hey, what's up? What's up, Nikki? Hey, what's up, Adrian? Yo, what's up, Night Kenny? Yo, what's up, Kicking Back? All right, so everybody that super chats is in this story regardless of the amount. For real. Appreciate you guys for the support, bros. Yeah. That's what's up. Yo, that's what's up, Charlotte Smoothie. Appreciate you for the compliment. Yo, what's up, Fax? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Night? Yo. Yeah. Yo, that's what's up. Hey, what's up, One Alone? All right, so stick around if you guys want to hear the story of why I stopped burgling houses. Because that shit was it was way harder work than having an actual job. Okay, so with that being said, once we reach the next 50 in super chat, we will unlock the story of why I stopped burgling houses, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Shit was way harder work than just getting a regular job. Way more money in regular jobs too. Way more money in regular jobs than burgling houses. Super duper not worth it. Yo, all right, so with that being said, now I'm gonna tell you guys the story about oh, y'all gonna figure out what it's about. The time when my coworker almost tricked me into doing meth. So I was working at this place called Twain Estates. You know what I'm saying? Once we reach 50 in Super Chat, I will tell you guys a story about why I stopped burgling houses. So I was working at Twain Estates, you know what I'm saying, as a maintenance person / groundskeeper. And I'm walking around, you know what I'm saying, picking up trash and stuff. I'm meeting people. It was one of my favorite jobs, right? Now, at one point, they hired this one greasy looking motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This nigga looked like Albert Einstein, but younger, taller, and skinnier. You know what I'm saying? He looked like an of-age man dark. You know what I'm saying? Just like of-age man dark. Just real greasy, real, just not normal looking, right? So, with that being said, this dude, you know what I'm saying, we're hanging out, we're on a break from work, and we're inside of his crib and whatever, you know, he asked me to come over to his crib on the break. So I'm like, oh yeah, no problem, man. You know, I mean, I'm bored. He offered me some food and some juice. You know what I'm saying? He offered me a Capri Sun and some Gushers. And I was like, nigga, this is, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I was, like, when I was a kid, I'm surprised I didn't fall for the, you know, for the ice cream truck, you know, and then you get abducted trick. You know what I'm saying? Bro, oh my God. I actually have a really secret story time that just happened to me yesterday. And it's mortifying. And I haven't told anyone. But I'm just going to leave out his name. But I'm pretty sure I could tell you guys the story. Because, you know, he said he doesn't want to be my friend now since I won't hang out with him alone. He said he don't want to be cool with me because I won't go to his room and play video games with him. You know what I'm saying? And we at the same college. You know what I'm saying? We both at UNLV and he got his own dorm and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a story I haven't told y'all yet, man. It don't make no damn sense. It don't make no damn sense. So, with that being said, what time is it where you guys are at? You know what I'm saying? I like keeping a bead on you guys' time zones. So, this is the time, oh my God. If we, for 100 in Super Chat, we will unlock that story. And I should make it like 250 or something, because that story is fucked. It's bad. You know what I'm saying? Andy's probably watching this. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? It's noon here. Hey, what's up, Shane Legs? What's up, Rodney? Yo, that's cool that it's noon there. Yeah. That's what's up. Appreciate you. All right, so with that being said, type of 1 in the chat if you guys can hear everything. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys can't hear any of this because the audio isn't working. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I'm at Twain Estates. I'm working with one of my coworkers. And I thought the dude was pretty freaking cool. You know what I'm saying? He starts working there. He looks like grown-up man, dark and shit. He invites me over to his crib on our lunch break and says, yo, you know, you trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, we get some food and whatnot. I got a bunch of food at the crib. I'm like, yeah, sure, no problem at all. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I was used to people wanting me to hang out with them and whatnot because, you know, most people usually enjoy my personality. Understandable. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? We go to his crib, you know what I'm saying? I walk up in there, I sit on his couch, and, you know, he brings me out a Capri Sun, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's up. Now, when I walk in his house and I sit on his couch, I notice that there's this couch is old as shit, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Like, where the hell did he get this shit from? Burlington's Coat Factory? Now, with that being said, you know, I didn't say that to him, of course. That's only what I thought, not what I said. So, he goes in the back room, and I'm just chilling on the couch watching TV. He comes back with a broken piece of a mirror, a big broken piece of a mirror with a straw and some white powder on it. You know what I'm saying? And then he had a freaking a glass pipe with like tin foil over it or some shit. And I'm just like, what the shit? You know what? Now that I think about it, it might have just been crack. I think that dude probably was just really, really into crack. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the shit? So, you know, he comes over and he's like, oh man, dude, try some. And I'm like, nigga, you don't try crack, nigga. Like, what the fuck? He's like, no, man, dude, just do one, man. You'll love it. Just do some. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't, you know, that's not my thing. Come on, bro. Just do it, bro. Just do it, man. What's wrong with you? What are you scared? What are you scared? And I'm like, so I look at him, I'm like, you know what, man? I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna get up out of there, man. You know what I'm saying? To put one in the chat, if you guys would have just left. You know what I'm saying? To put two in the chat, if you would have shoved that mirror right up the back of him. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. All right, so let's see. So with that being said, understandable. Understandable, Rodney. Yeah. So I just went up and got up out of there, you know what I'm saying? And it's funny too, because I kept working there. And then like a week later, another freaking meth head walks up to me while I'm talking to a big group of people. Meth head walks up on me and he's like, yo, man, you know, dude, I really love your personality, bro. Dude, like, we should go do some weed. Yo, bro, you ever tried meth? And I was like, oh, dude, I love meth. I love meth. I do meth all the time. I love it. That's what's up. I love meth. And he's like, really? Oh my God, bro. When I tell you this dude looked like he had just found his best friend, you'd have thought that this guy just found his best friend. He was like, yo, you love meth? Yo, oh my God, yes. This nigga started doing the victory dance and shit. Yes. Dude, I got a ton of meth back at my house. Let's go do meth. And I'm like, yeah, man. I'm thinking it's a joke. I'm thinking he's obviously in on the joke. He obviously smart enough to understand that I'm just playing, that is obviously not what it looks like. Nigga. So, tell me why I freaking go back to, I rode out. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I literally rode out. I'm like, nigga. So, me and the dude, we start walking the same way, right? Because, you know, there's a joke. I want to, you know, let the joke make itself. We're walking, and he's just like, bro, oh my God, do I have so much meth at the house? And then after a while, now I'm thinking if this is a joke, at some point, we're going to stop, right? And it just be like, oh, just joking, man. Neither one of us do meth, right? We're just joking. Nigga, tell me why. Homie keeps walking. And I'm just like, shit, he's really not stopping. This nigga is dead serious about this meth. He's really about to do this. So I tell him, I'm like, bro, so I stop him. I'm like, bro, I was just joking, bro. I don't really do meth. I was just joking, bro. I was just kidding. And he looked at me as if I had shot his dog in front of him. Like, it was diabolical. You know what I'm saying? For real. Extremely diabolical. I so type of one in the chat if you guys want me to tell the rest of this story inside the bathroom where there's a bunch of light at. Type of two in the chat if you guys want me to finish telling the rest of these stories while I'm sitting down. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can see me right in front of you. Yes, the great open doors, man. The great open doors. Yeah. All right, so understandable. You guys got good taste. Yes. You know what I'm saying? So, Skeletor, you say in your neighborhood, there's meth heads hanging out near the courthouse? What meth head would do meth near the court? Isn't that where the police be at? That doesn't sound like a good plan. You know what I'm saying? For real. That does not sound like a freaking good plan, yo. So for a 10 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys a secret about that story. You know what I'm saying? That I just told you guys that is, you know what I'm saying? It's all the way bad. Like the stuff I leave out of my stories is for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So for 10 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys the whole secret ending of that story. You know what I'm saying? It's exactly what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Now, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Ooh. Yes. Yeah. That's what's up. Yo. All right, so type of 1 in the chat. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about how a subscriber came to my house and used a Ouija board to put a curse on me and my house, in my house, after tricking me into letting him stay there. Type 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of why I stopped burgling houses when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah. So you said once, so Skeletor, you said one day you got off of work and the meth heads asked you for $10. You gave him 20, wasn't in a good mood, bro. He was jumping joy. That's what's up, bro. Yeah, that'll change your mood right on around, bro. That's really, really cool that you helped that guy out like that, man. Yeah, you got a ton of good karma coming. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. All right, you guys. So what was number 1? You know what I mean? What was the story for number 1, yo? Hey, what's up, Rodney? What's up, Rodney James? What's up, Raven? Yo, what's up, Tiller Plays? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Skeletor? How many siblings do I have? All right, so if you guys have a question you guys want to ask me, if you super chat it through, regardless of the amount, I'll put you in the story and I'll read your comment out loud and answer that mug. So with that being said, I have like 4 siblings, maybe 5. Yeah, 4. I have 4 siblings. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up. Appreciate the compliment, brodies. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Horrible horror reviews. Yeah. Hey, what's up? What's up, Sal? What's up, Raven? Yo, what's up, Jelly? What's up, Angel? What's up, Taylor? What's up, Rodney? What's up, Raw? What's up, Juwan? What's up, that dude? All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Yes. So what video was number 1? Guys, what video was number 1? Yeah, I believe. Yo, W's in the chat, the Tiller Plays. W's in the chat, man. Appreciate you, yo. W's in the chat, the Tiller Plays. Hey, Tiller Plays, do you want to be a hero, a villain, or an extra in the video? Understandable, Brody. Yo, that's awesome that you wish you could send more, Brody. You know what I'm saying? You got good energy, Tiller. Yo, where you from, homie? The curse story. All right, so which one was number 1, guys? Number 1 was the curse story. Okay, cool. So once we reach 49 more in Super Chat, I will be telling you guys the story of when a subscriber came to my house, pranked me, and used a Ouija board to put a curse on my house. Drew a pentagram in my house and everything. And, you know, I made the mistake of letting them stay here, letting them stay where I was at. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought we was going to shoot some vids together. I was trying to, you know, be all, you know, worldly and love everybody. And, you know what I mean? Like, he was a YouTuber with no subscribers. I was like, yeah, don't worry about it, bro. Come on through. You know, we're going to do vids, man. It's going to be great. And the dude did the most jacked up shit I've ever had done to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, yo, like what? Like, it was diabolical, bro. For real. Yeah. It was diabolical. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Yo, what's up, Shwarmy? You know what I'm saying? The curse story. Okay, so once we reach 49 more in Super Chat, you know what I'm saying? We will unlock the story of when a subscriber came to my crib and used a Ouija board to put a curse on me and my crib, bro. And we didn't even get to beat him up. You know what I'm saying? We let him go, guys. I really wish, you know what I'm saying, I had not done that. You know what I'm saying? For real. Yeah. All right, so with that being said, what's up, Vote? Hey, what's up, Raven? What's up, Douglas? What was my worst jump scare in a game? Oh God, that's the question. Worst jump scare in a game is Slender Man. First time playing Slender Man, bro. I broke everything, bro, including the guy that I was hanging out with, that was playing video games with. You know what I'm saying? I pushed him down, ran, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was bad. The video's up on YouTube. My first time playing Slender Man, bro, it was wild. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. All right, so with that being said, once we reach the super chat milestone, I will be telling you guys the story of how the freaking subscriber came to my crib and put a curse on me and used the Ouija board to do it. Probably the worst thing anyone has ever done to me. The worst thing. And after that, unfortunately, I stopped letting subscribers come over. I stopped hanging out. I stopped trying to do videos with smaller YouTubers because, I was just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of them want to try to, make a name for themselves by like trying to do jacked up stuff to you and then recording and be like, oh, look, yeah, I got it, And then, and I would have been okay with that. I would have literally been okay with that if he was willing to accept accountability for what he did. But, he was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? All right, so with that being said, I'm going to tell you guys the story real quick about how I found out, you know what I'm saying, my ex-girlfriend was a whole pimp. Literally a pimp. You know what I'm saying? Didn't I stream that? I want you to guess, Raven. I want you to guess if I streamed that. You know what I mean? Didn't I stream that? Nah, I did not, Raven. I was going to tell you straight up. Hey, what's up, Mike? What it is, homie? Maybach music, homie. What's up? All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying, I was, at this moment in particular, now I was 19 at the time, right? And at the time, I was living with this one girl. Her name was, oh boy. Yeah, oh boy. Yo, so once we reach a 10 in super chat, I will tell you guys her name. You know what I'm saying? We will unlock her name. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying, baby girl was super duper cool. I met her through her mom, who was super duper nice to your boy. You know what I'm saying? The mom loved me. You know what I'm saying? The rest of the family loved me. This chick, she treated me like I was crap. You know what I'm saying? Every time I hung out with this chick, she would disrespect me straight to my face with the goofiest shit. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys have ever hung out with a girl that would just disrespect you for no reason. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys never hung out with a girl that would just disrespect you for no reason. It was disrespectful at best. So I'm hanging out with baby girl one day. You know what I'm saying? We're watching TV. And while we're watching TV, baby girl looks at me dead in my face and says to me, man, your ears are too big or too small. This guy's ears on the TV is perfect. Why don't your ears look like that? And I'm just ignoring her because this is dumb. You know what I'm saying? It's like me saying to her, man, your boobs are like an A, but that girl on television's boobs are an S. Why don't your boobs look like that? You know what I'm saying? Bruh, hey, that's wild that you guys have been around somebody who act like that. That's what's up. Yeah. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I keep hanging out with her because, at the time, I didn't really have a place to live, so I had to live at her spot, right? So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I come through, oh, man. That makes a lot of sense. Now, with that being said, I come through, I start living with her, right? Now, after I started living with her, me and this girl had a lot of interesting situations happen. At one point, we went to go see the Grudge movie together on Halloween, and when it first came out, scared the life out of myself. Another situation, me and this chick, you know what I'm saying, we walking down the street, and this dude walked up on her and just tried to give her all of his money for, I don't know what he was trying to pay for, but he just tried to give her all of his money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what's up. Hey, what's up, Doxy Footy? Yo, what's up? Appreciate the compliment, Angel Gabriella. Yo. All right, you guys, what time is it where you guys are at? And where are you guys from? Now, with that being said, I'm hanging out with this girl, and she had a boyfriend, mind you. This woman had a whole boyfriend. Her boyfriend's name was Sean, right? So Sean, he was really, really nice. So nice that she didn't even like that nigga. You know what I'm saying? So he was a really nice dude. So because he was so nice, one day, I'm kicking it with her, right? Now, mind you, me and Hillary, we didn't like each other. When I first met Hillary, I was in love with this woman. Head over heels in love with this woman. And the thing that stopped us from me from loving the chick was that, she looked at me and said something so disrespectful that I'm not even gonna mention it. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy. You know what I'm saying? For a 10 in Super Chat, I'll tell you what she said to me that was so disrespectful to me that it broke me in half. You know what I'm saying? What she said to me made me depressed for like three weeks straight, bro. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe like 3 days, but it was still a long time. You know what I'm saying? But after that, after she did that, I realized I didn't want shit to do with this female. I don't want no chick that's gonna go out of her way to disrespect me to my face. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck would I want with that for? And I think a lot of females be messing up. They don't understand. They be fucking up. They don't understand that men don't want that. You know what I'm saying? We don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's a lot of dudes that accept it. You know what I'm saying? But want? Absolutely not. Now, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, hey, what's up, Tiller? So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I ended up talking to this one chick, you know what I mean? And, as I became friends with her, you know what I'm saying, I decided to stop, hanging out with one of the other girls I was talking to. But that didn't have anything to do with the Hillary chick. So, one day, Hillary, she invites me over to her crib, right? And I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, I go over and everything, and she just goes in on me, starts talking a bunch of shit. So I just acted like I didn't even know what she was saying. You know what I'm saying? And at a certain point, I'm just like, like it didn't even, you know what I'm saying? The chick needed Jesus. So, like I said, she had a boyfriend, right? Her boyfriend's name was Sean. But she had apparently like 7 other boyfriends. I didn't know she had 7 other boyfriends, right? And at a certain point, she starts hanging out with this other dude, this football player guy. So she calls up this football player guy that she's been hanging out with. And when she calls him, she puts the phone on mute and she leans over to me. She's like, yo, watch this. Watch me get this nigga. So she takes the phone off mute and she's like, yo, freaking come over and give me $300. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, no, I'm not going to come over. But you could tell the reason why he said that was because he had a lot of people in the background of his video. Yo, W's in the chat to Alexia. W's in the chat. Yo, appreciate you, yo. Yo, shout out to Grandma Marty. Shout out to Grandma Marty, yo. Yo, that's what's up, Alexia. You got great energy. Yo, understandable that you've been struggling with bills and your birthday is on the 31st. Out of nowhere, I get a birthday card from my grandma, and it's a check for $1,000. Yo, that is freaking awesome. I felt so much stress vanish. Yeah, it's like your heart. That's awesome that you felt so much stress vanishing. It's like your heart went from boop, 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 boop to boom. That's what's up. Yo, W's in the chat. W's in the chat to Alexia. All right, you guys, once we reach 39 more in Super Chat, we will immediately go into the story of why and how and the situation that led up to me stopping burglarizing houses. You know what I'm saying? Now, if anyone makes a documentary out of me saying this, feel secure in the fact that this is all Photoshop. None of this story is real at all. None of them. You know These are all photoshopped from inside the Pinterest of my brain. Tumblr, nigga. Tumblr, nigga. So, yo, W's Alexia. You know what I'm saying? Someone just called her Nana. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, so, Sarah, can you help me out? So my best friend has a crush on me and I don't know what to do. So you said your best friend has a crush on you and you don't know what to do. Are you a girl or a guy? If you're a girl, you're fucked. If you're a dude, just tell her you love her every day, 20 times. I can guarantee you, in 3 days, she'll block you. If you tell her you love her once, it takes like a week and a half. Don't do it. So, with that being said, W's in the chat to Alexia. Yeah. Yo, it really did feel like that. I felt so much lighter. Yo, that's awesome that you feel so much lighter after you know what I'm saying? After your grandma Marty helped you out with that $1,000 check, yo. Your grandma Marty sounds like an awesome freaking person. For real. Now, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Let's see. We had a good story time up for you guys next. Let's see. We told you guys a story about when I fought a 75-year-old crazy lady. We told y'all that story. We told you guys the story about the guy off Craigslist tried to abduct my girlfriend in front of me. That was wildin'. We told you guys the story about when I caught a bunch of Bellagio customers having a soup kitchen inside of one of the rooms. That was that was traumatizing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is a story about my crazy ex-sugared female who was actually a sugared female who had a, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. So this story was about Hillary. So, with that being said, type of 1 in the chat if you guys can hear all the audio. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys can't hear any of the audio. So, with that being said, I end up talking to Hillary, you know what I'm saying? And after she was, oh, you want to hear what she said? Yo, Alexia, do you want to hear what Hillary said to me that, hurt my feelings and made me all depressed and all that whatnot? You know what I'm saying? I remember some of it, you know what I'm saying? But yo, Alexia, you did Super Chat 10, so let me know if you want us to hear a secret about the story or if you want to hear that. Deal, Alexia. Got you coming up fresh. Okay, let's see. She said to me, "You are the ugliest piece of shit I've ever met in my life. I would never fucking touch you. Ever." You know what I'm saying? Ever. Never. Ever in hell. You're disgusting. You're a piece of shit. She looked back and said this to me in front of her female family members. I never forget it. I still remember it like it was yesterday. We were all inside of their beige Honda Accord, you know what I'm saying? And we were driving to go get food at IHOP, right? And, I told the girl that I had a crush on her. No, I told her aunt that I had a crush on Hillary when Hillary was in the car, figuring that because she could hear me say it in earshot, that would make her have a crush on me back, not knowing female nature like I know it now. So I told her I had a crush on her, you know what I'm saying? And like the night before that, I told her that I really, really liked her. I told her that I wanted to be with her and be her boyfriend. And not understanding the, what it do, not understanding the underlying of the situation. So when I did that, I inadvertently, and mind you, women are not bad people for doing this. Let me explain this to you guys, okay? I'm gonna explain this to every dude out there so no man walks around thinking women are just terrible people for, whenever you tell her you like her, she's gonna try to disrespect you, So what it is this. The reason why women do that is because men lie. Men lie and say they're that nigga in order to get the panties, the vagina panties. You feel me? Now, in order for a woman to actually find an actual that nigga, she has to test. It is super duper smart. Super duper scientifically proven. Because if I'm a loser and a woman walk up on me and she a 10 and she say, "Are you a trap? Are you a real one enough to hit this? I'm gonna lie and say yes every time. I will lie I will lie every time. Now, women at a young age learn how much we men will lie to get the panty draws. So a woman needs to test a man's emotional strength. You know what I'm saying? Not his bicep or his forearm or how buff he is. That's why you see buff dudes getting tricked and being treated like losers and shit. So a woman has to test a man to make sure that you are really that guy, to make sure that you're worthy of the vagina panties. You know what I'm saying? And the way she gonna do that is to try to piss you off and then say she didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? It's not mean, it's nature. You won't get pissed off at anybody? Get mad at Mother Nature, man. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's just the way it works. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to tell you guys, any dude out there, if you're watching this, I'm going to tell you how to get past it. If you have a crush and the chick says something really, really disrespectful to you, right? Like super disrespectful to you, the way you get around it is you act like she said something other than what she said. So the best way to do that is if a female says to you and say, you know what I'm saying, and says to you, "You're ugly." What you say is, "Oh, I like that you think I'm funny. That's what's up." Well, sense of humor is really, really important. You know what I'm saying? I love to laugh. She gonna look at you like, no, you know what I'm saying? No, and if she looks at you and says, no, I said you're ugly. You know what I'm saying? You can be like, "Oh, yep, I didn't even hear it." You know what I'm saying? I just knew you were telling me that I was funny. I really liked it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to not take it to heart. You know what I'm saying? And then continue with the conversation, because if you go quiet, she's going to think your butt hurt. And then she's going to treat you like your butt hurt. And you don't want that shit. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, what time is it where you guys are at and where are you guys from? Because there's a bunch of new you guys. There's new people flooding in this mug all the freaking time. Now, with that being said, I'm hanging out with this chick Hillary. You know what I'm saying? And she told me this straight to my face about how unpleasing and jacked up and looking I am and all this other whatnot. Luckily enough for me, it didn't bother me too bad. It did hurt my feelings like a motherfucker. I'm gonna keep it real. It felt like somebody had put a legitimate nutcracker and cracked my heart in half. Like, pop my shit. I'm like, oh, this shit hurt, right? Understandable. We're all human. I had a crush on this woman and she just crushed my crush. So, you know, after that, I stopped wanting to be with her. I didn't want to be with her anymore because I don't like a woman that's going to disrespect. I don't want to date a woman that's just going to like go out of her way to try to disrespect me. That's not what I want out of a mate. That's not what I want out of a female. That's not what I want out of any ladies. So with that being said, I keep hanging out with the chick or whatever. But now I had to hang out with her because I lived with her. You know what I'm saying? I was homeless at the time. I had no money, no clothes, nothing. Like, I had nothing. And this woman, her aunt found me when I was literally on the streets. You know what I'm saying? I was literally on the streets. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, I would do construction during the day sometimes to make a little bit of money. And then I would go sleep at a park at nighttime. I was really, really homeless. But even then, it didn't really bother me. I just had way less bills. Like, I didn't have to financially take care of any, you know, family members. So that was awesome. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to, you know, take care of any freaking, you know, any people and shit. So I was having a good time. So, you know, because working a lot kept me with having food for snacks and all this good stuff. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? At a certain point, I'm freaking, let's see. At a certain point, I'm still living with the woman. So 3 months into the future, we done had a whole bunch of moments together. We done watched a whole bunch of cartoons together. I'm living with the chick. Everything's cool. And she walks up to me one night and she says, "Yo, Maurice, you know, I know a way we can get some money, you know, because we got to get some new food." And I'm like, "Well, I ain't got no money. How you gonna get money?" She's like, "Oh, well, I know this dude. You know what I'm saying? He likes me. I'm gonna call him and just have him give me money." I'm like, "You can't just call someone and have him give you money. That don't work like that." She's like, "Yeah, it does. Watch this." So I'm like, "Hey, what's up, Diego?" So I'm like, "Hey, what's up, Petster?" Hey, what's up, Raven? Yo, type of 1 in the chat if you guys can hear the audio and everything. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys can't hear the audio and everything. So, with that being said, you know, I'm just like, yo, you know, she's like, yeah, you know, so watch this. So she calls up this football player guy that she's been talking to, and the guy gets on the phone, and he's like, yo, you know, hey, what's going on? She's like, yo, bring me a bunch of money, bring me a whole bunch of freaking money. You know what I'm saying? Right freaking now, don't play with me. I ain't playing. I'm like, okay, I got you. Yo, what's up, Cameron Wright? Yo, what's up, Juwan? What's up, Rose? What's up, DJ? What's up, Diego? What's up, y'all? So the guy, you know, he's like, yo, I'm not bringing you any money. I'm a man. I'm not falling for this. So she puts the phone on mute. She leans closer to me. She's like, yo, watch me break this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because I could tell he around a bunch of his friends. He's trying to brag for his friends. Watch this. So she takes the phone off mute, and she's like, you know what? You ain't gonna bring me the money? You know what? It's over. I don't want nothing to do with you. You can't see me no more. It's over. And the dude, and then she hangs up. She's like, oh yeah, bye, boop. And then I'm like, yo, what did you do that for? You just hung up on him. What are you doing? She's like, no, watch this. You know what I'm saying? We about to get this nigga. And I'm like, what the fuck? So, tell me why. No less than like freaking 15 minutes later, her front door kicks in. Boom! Dude comes charging into the room, covered in tears. Slathered in tears. Whichever word you want to use, that nigga he was covered in it. So homie's like, he walks in and he looks at her. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm about to grab some water. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yo, hope you guys enjoy the story times, yo. Yeah. Hey, yo, Pat, what's the FaceTime prank? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? He walks in, he's covered in freaking tears, and he's just like, he walks over to her, and he's just like, yo, he walks up to her, and he gives her $300, and he's covered here, and I'm just like, what the fuck? What type of magical spell did she put on him? What type of Harry Potter freaking wands magistry is this? What the shit? So, and then she looks at him, she looks at me, and then she looks at him, she's like, give me your wallet too. And he opens up his pocket, goes in his pocket, pulls out his wallet, and he just hands it to her. And I'm like, really? And he's like, still crying. And then she's like, yeah, you know, I like your jacket and your shoes. Give me your jacket and your shoes. And he's like, yeah. And he just takes off his jacket, takes off his shoes, hands them to her. And then, you know, she's like, no, give them to him. He can wear it. He can fit your stuff, not me. And give him the wallet too. And so he comes over, hands the stuff to me, and he's like, hey, what's up, man? And I'm like, nigga, what the hell? Yo, bro, that still blows my mind. Still blows my mind. Seeing that. Good grief, man. Good God. But that is nowhere near as bad as the time when I was my ex's sugar daddy. You know what I'm saying? It was a mistake. It really was. But yo, with the last story, you know what I'm saying, about Hillary and her pimping, there is a secret ending. You know what I'm saying? Once we reach the next 30 in Super Chat, we will unlock the secret ending to Hillary's story. You know what I'm saying? And it is bad. It's bad. It's bad. I saw her again 10 years later. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you guys exactly how that went, and it was fucked. And I can't tell you how glad I was that I didn't marry her, because I really wanted to. She was that beautiful. She had hazel eyes, huge testicles, great personalities, best breasts, you know, all three of them, you know, not 6, but 3, no, all 2. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But bro, she was in shape, man. You know what I'm saying? She had long hair, I hope. I don't know if it was a wig or not, but she had long hair, I think. You know what I'm saying? But baby girl was like, she played video games. That's what made me like her. That's what made me fall in love with her, bro. I've been like that ever since I was a kid. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. If you a female, you know what I'm saying, dog, if you know what I'm saying, if you a female and you really, really trying to get me to like you back, find out the video game I like and play it, and play that video game, and then bring it over and play it with me. I hope none of my exes are watching this. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're like a crazy ex or something. I think the first story time of yours, I remember, was during a Mr. Nightmare video. And you talked about the girl at the spin the bottle hangout. I think I got that right. Yes, you do. Had me rolling. Yo, so which Mr. Nightmare video was it? Because if you're talking about the video, are you talking about the one that got like 4 million views in like 3 days? I would probably have like 40 million views on that video by now if Mr. Nightmare hadn't hated and tried to delete my channel because the video did good. The only reason why he tried to delete my channel was because the video did good. That was it. Literally it. That's the day that you know what I mean? I really like Mr. Dr. Nightmare. Mr. Nightmare. Really loved his content. I still think he's a great creator. I think he's great at what he does. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a great freaking person as far as a creator. He's a great creator. But as a person, he is not somebody that he's not somebody that I could hang out with personally. I couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because like he just kept lying so hard. Like when that video went viral. Okay, so you know what I'm saying? For 30 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys that entire story. Right? And we'll make it less than 10 minutes. But just understand that I still have mad love for Mr. Nightmare. I do. I just do not like the person that makes the videos. Love his videos. The human is not in my, you know what I mean? Like for real. So, with that being said, I remember when you cracked the big girl in the back seat of a car and got caught by, what? What's a HB? Let's see. Hazmat bodysuit? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've never cracked a big girl at the back of a car. I've not cracked a big girl in the back seat of a car, bro. Caught by my homeboy? Yeah, that homeboy? Nah, that didn't happen either. There is no homeboy that's ever walked in on me cracking any chick, really. Especially not the big chick in the back seat of a car. You know what I'm saying? Nope, that wasn't my losing my virginity story. You have the wrong story. You have the wrong person. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do have a losing my virginity story, but you got some of the stuff in there wrong. You know what I'm saying? My homeboy didn't catch me. You know? No. It was well, I'll retell the story and I'll tell way more details. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'll retell it with way more details in it. You know what I'm saying? For 50 in Super Chat, I will retell that entire story and tell every single without leaving any detail out. No detail unturned. You know what I'm saying? For real. So for 50 in Super Chat, I'll tell you guys the unadulterated story. You know what I'm saying? Without leaving anything out. You know, because I usually leave stuff out because I don't like telling people, you know, stuff that's too crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Baby girl was wilding, you know what I'm saying? She was for real tripping. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah, it happens, T-Star. Don't worry about it. That's what's up. Hey, so what's up? All right, so type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about the guy off credit. Oh, so once we reach 39 more in Super Chat, we will immediately jump into the story of why I stopped robbing houses. the situation that got me into stopping robbing houses. So type of 1 in the chat if you guys can hear and see everything that's happening on screen. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys can't hear any of this. For real, for real. If the audio's messed up and you can't see it and all this stuff. Yeah. Oh my God. So type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about the time when I got chased by a dog that was bigger than life. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. So type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about the time I got robbed at knife point over by UNLV. For real, for real. What's up, Rose? Yeah, dog getting chased by dogs is freaking, it sucks. You know what I'm saying? Freaking sucks. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys. So, with that being said, what's up, Cameron Wright? What's up, Kicking Back? What's up, Rose? All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Storm? Yo, what's up, everybody? W's in the chat to the Masked King Shaggy Rogers and Alexia. Yo, Alexia, Masked King Shaggy Rogers, let me know if you guys want to be characters in the story. Because everyone in Super Chats gets a part in the story, just as a, you know what I mean? Like, you guys just not as a bad part, unless you want to be the villain. You know what I'm saying? Highest Super Chatter of the stream gets to be the villain for tomorrow's, you know what I mean, stream. So, with that being said, hey, what's up, Lewis? What's up, Moon Ragged? All right, so, let's see. I got you guys. All right, so, okay, so this happened back in the day when I was living at this housing project. You know what I'm saying? The housing project was really, really freaking nice, right? So, while I'm there, I'm hanging out, and, you know what I'm saying, I'm on my skateboard. Now, when I'm on my skateboard, I'm skateboarding through the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? I'm having a great time. I'm listening to music. I'm just having a ball. While I'm skateboarding, listening to music, I look over my shoulder and I see this dude screaming and freaking yelling. He's pointing at me, yo. I take out my earphones and I hear him. He's like, yo, stop, please, yo. And I'm like, what the fuck? So when I took my earphones off, all I heard was, and I'm like, what the fuck? It was so loud, I thought it was a horse or like a moose. I'm like, nigga, they ain't got mooses in Vegas, do they? So, you know what I'm saying? I turn over, you know what I'm saying? I look over my shoulder, I don't see shit. Look over my other shoulder, I don't see shit. I keep hearing it. And I'm looking over at the man who's looking at me and pointing and yelling, hey, stop, hey, stop. And I'm just like, what the fuck? So he's like, yo, he points behind me, he's like, yo. So I turn around and I look, and there is the biggest Great Dane dog I've ever seen in my life. The dog was as tall as me. I wish I was exaggerating. The dog was built like it had taken the Captain America super soldier serum that the black Captain America for some reason won't fucking take. You know what I'm saying? Which, yo, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I'm not gonna go see the next Captain America movie if that nigga gonna be in it. Okay? Because I went and saw the last one with the Red Hulk in it, and it sucked. You know what I'm saying? At least to me, it fucking sucked. You know what I'm saying? Don't talk about some fucking, he ain't got no powers. This nigga couldn't even jump off of a rooftop. He couldn't beat unarmed assailants. You know what I'm saying? Niggas couldn't scale a wall. You know what I'm saying? And they gonna have the nerve to make him the freaking, you know what I mean, superhero of a whole freaking, you know what I'm saying? All right, so what time is it where you guys are at? Also, and where are you guys from? You know what I'm saying? For real. But yo, appreciate you guys, man. You guys got hella good energy, man. Yo, like the dog and Incredible Hulk. Exactly like the dog out of Incredible. Yo, W's in the chat, the faithful baller. W's in the chat, homie. Yo, what happened to CJ So Cool? What did happen to CJ So Cool, faithful baller? Yo, all right, you guys, once we reach 37 more in Super Chat, we will immediately be telling you guys the story of the situation that led me to stopping burglarizing houses. Yo, what's up? It's Optimal. What's up, Lewis? W's in the chat. The faithful baller. Appreciate you, yo. It doesn't get more faithful than faithful baller, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Your name reminds me of a really good street ball name. For real, for real. Hey, yo, faithful baller, let me know in the chat, bro. What happened to CJ So Cool? You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. That is wild. Yo, so with that being said, I don't know what happened to CJ So Cool. I'm looking right now. I hope he didn't get killed or something. You know what I'm saying? W's in the chat! Yo! Yo! That's what's up. Understandable, Zombie Apple YT. Yo, that's understandable that you were just kidding and that you don't want to get timed out again. That's completely fine, bro. I'm not going to time you out again, Brody. I don't even know what happened. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? W's in the chat to the mod squad. You know what I'm saying? Reunited with his kids, so he took them on a staycation. That's awesome. What the fuck? What happened? Desperate mothers tries to steal happy kids from their father for child support. Duh. Like the CJ So Cool. See, this is what happens, CJ. Why you think I ain't got no kids, nigga? Why you think I ain't got no kids, nigga? Why you think I ain't got no women pregnant, bro? Why y'all think I use nothing but condoms? Why y'all think it's nothing but condoms, bro? Bro, that's why I got these females pregnant, bro. Niggas be thinking, bro, people really be thinking like, nah, man, that's messed up. Bro, I'm telling you, man, there's a method to my madness, nigga. Can't no female ever come over my house and swear to God and make a video about how I'm the most disgusting and terrible person in the world and that she's my bitch. Yo, W's in the chat to Dilly Boy. Yo, watched you for, yo, that's awesome that you watched me for so long, Brody. Yo, I love to see that you're still kicking it, Brody. Yo, don't nunchuck me. Yo, never Dilly Boy Calhoun, Brody. You know what I'm saying, bro? For real, yo. Yo, I love you guys' energy, man. Dilly Boy. All right, so let me know if you guys want, what type of character you guys want to be in the story time we tell tonight. You feel me? Because, yeah, I mean, let me know if you want to be a hero, a villain, or, you know what I'm saying, or if you want to be a background extra. You know what I'm saying? Understandable. Yeah. Yo, appreciate you guys for the compliment, man. Yeah. All right, so we don't talk about any religion or politics off up in this mug. Hey, what's up, Cameron, right? All right, you guys, we have 30. Once we reach 30 more in Super Chat, we will unlock a crazy story for you guys. You know what I'm saying? For real. We're going to tell you guys a story about why I stopped robbing houses. You know what I'm saying? A cautionary tale that's entertaining as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because it's true. I mean, it's photoshopped, you know? And never try any of this at home. I want everybody out there to understand that if you want nice stuff, there's ways to get it. You know what I'm saying? Anything you want, someone's figured out how to get it and they wrote it in a book. You know what I mean? They didn't break into a house and rob the house to get it. I can guarantee you, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. W's in the chat to Dilly Calhoun. All right, so type a 1 in the chat. If once we reach the Super Chat milestone, if the person that's our number 1 Super Chatter in here that is still here when we end the stream, you know what I'm saying? Type a 1 in the chat if you want me to put their name tomorrow in the title of tomorrow's stream or in the scary video. Type a 2 in the chat if you guys would like something else for our number 1 Super Chatter of the stream. You know what I'm saying? For real. Yo, you're Dylon. You're the villain. Yo, Dylon. All right, cool. So, Dilly Boy, if you somehow reach the top fan of this stream, you know what I'm saying? I will make you the villain of tomorrow's every single story time from tomorrow. You will be the villain in every single story time. That way, you know, it makes it easier on me. That way I don't have to continuously, you know, freaking tell the names of the people who are actually the villain in the story. Yo, W's in the chat to Faithful Yo, donation train. What do you think about the Sean Kingston news? How many years did he get? Because that nigga did that shit. I think what he was doing is not okay. That's not okay. He could have made that money the right way. He had so much of a name. He still has so much of a name. You know what I'm saying? There are ways that he can create some sort of show, whereas to some company out there would just give him the money to keep doing his show. You know what I'm saying? Like all he has to do is just make music on stream or something like that. People would have gave him everything, you know? So with that being said, once we reach 28 more in Super Chat, we will immediately go into the story about what got me out of burglarizing houses, because that shit is not lucrative. You know what I'm saying? Only unless you enjoy jail, which once you taste the food, you'll decide never to go back like I did. So that is really, really, really real. Yo, what's up, faithful baller? W's in the chat to Dilly Boy Calhoun. W's in the chat to Zombie Apple YT. Yo, you guys have awesome energy, yo. All right, y'all, so I'm reading more of you guys' compliments. More of you guys' comments. You're Dylon, and Dylon. Villain or extra? Understandable. LOIS wants to be a hero. I like that. You know what I'm saying? The masked mutant wants to be a villain or extra. I like that as well. There's parts for everyone. What's up, Juwan? What's up? Okay, so with that being said, what story was I telling you guys? Yo, W's in the chat to Faithful Baller. Once we reach 23 more in Super Chat, I'm gonna be hooking you guys up with that story. Yo, so YouTube addresses creators' concerns that it used AI to edit some videos. YouTube addresses creators' concerns that it used. Who used? I don't even know who might have used AI to edit some videos. But yo, so I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like freaking CJ So Cool's mom, baby mama, trying to steal the kids from him. Like that's just a given. And what's really wild is, her W's in the chat. Yo, W's in the chat. Yo, say less. I would love to be the name. Yo, 1,000,000%. Yo, in 600 more points, you will be the #1 person on the whole stream, and you will get your name, you know what I'm saying, as the main villain of every single story time tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, unless you want to have your name in the title of the gaming story time, but the story time one will be way funnier. So we gonna have some fun, Dilly. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know what I'm saying, let's see. All right, so when I ran from the dog that was bigger than everything, yo, W's in the chat, the faithful baller. You hear that Nickelodeon was shut down? They're shutting down Nickelodeon. Diabolical. All right, y'all. So we just what happened to my OnlyFans? Oh, that's still up. I changed the name to Only Toes. Or if you can't find it, put in feetfinders.com. That's where all my raunchy pictures of my below ankle nudes are at. That's where all my below the ankle nudes are. You know what I'm saying? Only below the ankle though. Anything higher than that is like 5000. You know what I'm saying? But below the ankle nudes on there, I got all the feet pictures on there. You know what I'm saying? All the feet things. We got wet feet, dry feet. You know what I'm saying? Tall feet, short feet, fat feet, skinny feet. You know what I'm saying? Ashy feet, wet tur feet. You know, it's, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, feet finders. Damn. Yeah. Understandable. Understandable, Dilly Boy Calhoun. All right, so I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I do not actually have any OnlyFans. I don't have an Only Toes. I don't have any of that. To tell you the truth, I mean, Nigga, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, so with that being said, we're telling you guys a story of when I used to sell when I used to burgle houses. So, type of 1 in the chat if you guys want me to finish the story about the big dog chasing me. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys want me to just go straight into the story of when I used to burgle houses. You know what I'm saying? Yo, W's in the chat, the faithful baller. Yo, top 5 rappers of all time. Dylon, and Dylon, because he spits hot fire. You know what I'm saying? That's real. That's straight off the Chappelle show. All right, so my actual favorite top 5 rappers. Number 1, Playboi Carti. He has a taste for beats that's out of this fucking world. You know what I'm saying? Number 2, Young Nudy. When he makes a good song, it's freaking good. You know what I'm saying? Really good. You know what I'm saying? Type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear my favorite Playboi Carti song, my favorite beat of a song right now. Number 3, Ugly God. Easily. Fucking easy Ugly God. Ugly God might be number 1. You know what I'm saying? He might be number 1. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, number 4, Kanye West. Kanye West, his first 3 albums, none of his stuff he's doing now, but his first 3 albums, like, he's one of those rappers that's when he makes some good shit, it's fucking good. Really good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But when he makes something bad, it is fucking terrible. He's a very polarizing person, which is why he's so beloved in the community. Anybody who's good at content creation or any type of content is very polarizing. I'm super polarizing. Either you love me until the day that, you know, I stop peeing on snowballs and throwing them at crazy people, or you hate my guts. You know what I'm saying? But that's a secret to being a content creator. Be polarizing. Be yourself. You know what I'm saying? All those inside jokes that make you laugh, it makes your viewers laugh too. Anybody that don't like that shit, they not meant for you. That's what that do. You know what I'm saying? So this is my favorite beat. Ooh, this is my favorite beat by Young Nudy. Okay, so my 4th best favorite rapper. Let's see, who's my 4th favorite rapper? Let's see. This is like my favorite beat, bro. If we reach another 35 in super chat, I will dance to this song on the, you know, like half the song. You know what I'm saying? I've never danced on stream before. If you guys show anybody, feel free to show people. I don't mind, but don't show anybody. You know what I'm saying? Because we all know what's gonna happen. Having rhythm, what a sicko. But so this is my song and start, you know, singing too much of it. Okay, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Yo, Dilly Boy, you get to choose whether we tell the story about when I used to burgle houses first, or finish the story about the dogs. You know what I'm saying? The dog chasing the shit out of me. I turned around and there was Clifford, the big red fucking dog behind me, except the bastard was fucking brown. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker was taller than me, longer than me, and had the widest fucking smile. He had a fucking Jeff the Killer, or fucking, you know what I'm saying? The McDonald's clown arch smiley face on him. He's smiling wider than Freddy from Five Nights at Freddy's. You know what I'm saying? Smiling wide as shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nigga, wait, God. So the dude running alongside me, he's like, wait, no, don't run. Don't get scared. He'll think you're food. I'm like, motherfucker. God. So he was one of these dudes that never put their dogs on a leash for some reason. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys know a person that for some reason never puts their dog on a freaking leash. You know what I'm saying? Type of 2 in the chat if you guys have never run into a leashless dog. So I'm just like, motherfucker, what the fuck you mean calm down? He's like, no, calm down, man. He doesn't. It's okay. Don't yell, because he's going to bite you, man. He'll think you're food. I'm like, nigga. With that being said, You know what I'm saying? This son of a slut has the nerve to freaking, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'ma calm down. So luckily enough for me, when she told me that, I realized that my life was in danger out this motherfucker. I slowed down. You know what I'm saying? I was chased by Cujo, nigga. Clifford, the big red dog, nigga. The big brown dog. Gonna talk about some motherfucking, oh, he's friendly. Bitch, he's bigger than a house. He's bigger than I am. And I'm black. You know? Fuck you mean he's friendly, bro? Nigga, I stopped my skateboard. You know, I stopped my motorized skateboard because I was on a boosted board. Stopped my skateboard, and I'm just like, yo, like, you know, I stopped my skateboard, bro. I stopped my skateboard, and the dog rode up and sniffed me a couple times, and then he jumped back, and then he ran at me to see if I was really food, and then he jumped back, and then he ran at me again, just to make sure. And he sniffed me. You know what I mean? Sniffed me again. And he turned around slowly, as if to say, next time, nigga. Next time. And because dogs, when they, you know what I mean? They waddle when they run. So, with that being said, you threw up? Well, luckily enough, at that point, I'd been jumped by so many humans coming from the hood and the projects and whatnot. You know, understandable. Look, there's nothing wrong with throwing up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, meaning the me's? What's up, you guys? It smelled very bad. All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? There is a secret ending to that story. You know what I'm saying? For 30th super chat, we will unlock the secret ending of that story. You know what I'm saying? Now, all right, so with that being said, the super chatted story is, let's see. Okay, so before we move on to the story that you guys have purchased, make sure, by the way, to thank none other than W's in the chat, the faithful baller. W's, huge W's in the chat to Dilly Boy Calhoun. Where you from, Dilly Boy Calhoun? And at what video got you interested in like watching on my channel and whatnot? You know what I'm saying? Yo, faithful baller. W's in the chat. You guys are freaking awesome. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you guys are freaking awesome. Yo, so type of one in the chat if you guys want me to vlog me at college tomorrow. Vlog my official second day at college. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys want me to instead do story time from my house. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. There is a very, very secret story that I was not planning on telling y'all, but y'all got me so geeked up that I'll put it on the chopping block. So, with that being said, okay, so this story's title is Fucked. Alright? I think I'm gonna change the title of the story. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Cameron? Yo, what's up, Meaning? Hey, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's up, Sophie? What's up, Juwan? What's up, Meaning? Yo, what's up, Sophia? All right, so I loved your jump scare reactions. Yo, W's in the chat. I'm from Illinois. I watched your old reactions to your boy Jagged Salad. Yo, that's awesome that you're from Illinois, yo. For real, for real. But just put me in any story time you think would be funniest to use my name. Deal, Dilly Boy. Okay, so look, Dilly Boy, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I would make you the villain for this next story time, but you know, for the secret story time. Now, for 100 in super chat, we will unlock the super duper secret story of the day. All right, and the only reason why this story is this cheap this time is because I haven't told it yet. So this is me practicing the material. You know what I'm saying? But if we reach 100 in super chat, I'll tell you guys the complete and utter unadulterated version of it. Yo, Tell me why I went to college. Yesterday was my first day at college. Nigga, I swear to God, this dude, and run away if titles will fuck your, if you guys like titles will mess you up. If y'all hear this and it might fuck your day up, okay? Because it you know what I mean? It's a hidden story for a reason. Really, really hidden story for a reason. So with that being said, I'm pretty sure this dude tried to molest me yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I was too nice to people, and it just almost got me molested. I was trying to be nice and turn over a new leaf. You know what I'm saying? Dilly boy, like, you know what I'm saying? If we do unlock that story, okay, I know that you don't want to be the villain in that story, okay? But you gonna be the dude if that story is unlocked. Like, if you want to, you can be the villain in that story. I can guarantee you the story is fucking hilarious. Because he kept saying he was straight. We would talk about getting girls together. If I cry, it's because of how funny the story is to me, okay? All right, that's the only reason why. Understandable, Dilly. You have a good sense of humor. Dilly boy is tough to be the villain for that story. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, man, this motherfucker was brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. Sick bastard. So, but yesterday, like, because I told him no, because I wouldn't play video games with him in his room alone, you know what I'm saying? And mind you, the story is so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I super won't be mad if we don't get to 100 in super chat. I really, really won't be. You know what I'm saying? It'll be cool. I swear to God, I got a ton of other stories to tell y'all. But this story has been on my mind for like since it happened yesterday. And I want to tell y'all so bad. But I know for a fact that he's watching this shit. I know he's watching this. But he told me over the phone, he told me over text that since I won't be his friend, which would mean I would have to play video games with him in his room by ourselves after the nasty shit that he told me that I'll tell y'all we will unlock if we reach the 100 in super chat to hear the hidden story time of the day, boys. Oh shit. Give me a second, guys. It's still fresh, you know. He treated me like I was a bad female, bro. This nigga legitimate, and women, y'all gonna laugh at this. Y'all gonna die laughing. This nigga he's decided to ghost me because I won't hang out in his room with him by himself. He's pulling out all the stops. What makes it so funny is this is the same shit that we as men do to women when they don't give it up. Like, oh, well, you ain't gonna give it up? Okay, well then don't get in. Don't come anywhere near me then. I just don't even want to know you. You don't even exist if you ain't gonna run it. Like, nigga. So, with that being said, man, oh my God, crying and laughter. Oh my God. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Oh God, what's the funniest thing you did in the hood? That's a good question. Appreciate you for changing the story for me. Okay, so the funniest thing I ever did in the hood. Funniest thing I ever did in the hood. Let's see. Funniest thing I ever saw in the hood was when this dude, Rondrell Smokes Right Hand Man, you know, when they were gang banging and selling drugs and stuff, he sold a crackhead frozen soap. And then when the crackhead came back to let everybody know, like, yo, like, you know, this wasn't real crack. Like, you sold me soap. You know what I'm saying? What do y'all think Rondrell did when the guy came back and asked for a refund? When the guy came and asked, hey man, I tried to smoke that. Nigga, that was zest, nigga. Like, my teeth was zestfully clean. My mouth's zestfully clean as fuck after smoking that shit, nigga. Where's the crank at? The crank. You know what I'm saying? Smoke. Smoke. Yo, all right, so Cameron Wright, that dude with the dog. All right, so I'm checking out. Okay, so I think I want to be the villain. Understandable, Dilly Boy. Yo, I'm debating. Dilly Boy, the story is diabolical. It is diabolical, man. But I'm gonna keep it real with you. You're gonna learn a lot from the story. You know what I'm saying? Like, he did a lot of things. I can't stand sometimes when crazy crap happens to non-crazy people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, so like I said, we do not talk religion and we don't talk politics up in here. You know what I'm saying? Bro, yo, that's awesome that you're debating, Brody. You know what I'm saying? You know, don't even do it, man. The story is too wild, especially for me and my brand. This story is crazy, bro. I should just keep this one. You know what I'm saying? If we do reach 100 in Super Chat, I'll unlock the story and tell you guys everything that happened. And y'all are going to learn why a lot of straight guys be straight up fearful of dudes that like dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I almost got preyed upon, bro. Like, he tried to that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And he knew I was straight. He knew it. He knew. He was so smart. He started telling me like, yo, yeah, we're gonna go get women together. We're gonna go and hang out with women together. Oh boy, he was way too calculated, man. Out of pocket like a motherfucker is what it was, guys. You know what I'm saying? All right, so with that being said, stick around. Once we reach 100 in Super Chat, type of 1 in the chat. If once we reach 100 in Super Chat, you guys want me to tell you guys that story. You know what I'm saying? Type of 2 in the chat. If once we reach the next 100 in Super Chat, you guys want me to trick someone else into doing a backflip. You know what I'm saying? It was very out of pocket. Yo, all right, so Dilly Boy, all right, he's got a 1 up there, man. You know what I'm saying? 1s and 2s, boys and girls. 1s and 2s. Okay, so we reached enough to tell you guys the story about how my subscriber came to my house and put a curse on me using a Ouija board. You know what I'm saying? Understandable. Understandable. I ain't mad at it. All right, Dilly Boy, you might be the one person that wants to hear this story, man. Which is why I probably shouldn't ever tell it. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mazia? What's up, Meaning? What's up, Out for Dog? Yo, what's up, Dilly? Yo, what's up, Juwan? Hey, all right, so with that being said, this is what happened, right? Now, again, I've gone through life trying to do my best to be the nicest, most forgiving, most loving, most caring of everyone person I could be. You know what I'm saying? But I quickly found out, you know what I'm saying, that, that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? I very quickly find out that, doing that stuff, you'll get a lot of awful stuff before you run into good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Bruh, for real. But yeah. Crazy. Yeah. Yo, that's hella freaking awesome, Dilly. You know what I'm saying? That you understand that, like, whatever you're into, everyone else that doesn't have to be into. You know what I'm saying? I really like that you're very accepting of people's, ways of life. You know what I'm saying? For real. Like, you accept me for my way of life, I accept you for yours. That's awesome that neither one of us try to disrespect each other's preference. You feel me? Yeah. So, with that being said, what's up, Norland? 4368. What it is, Victoria? What's good? Yo, I've been telling stories, bro. We've been telling crazy stories. You know what I'm saying? And there's a secret story that yesterday when I was at yesterday, I was at UNLV, and I swear to God, like this grown dude literally tried to molest me, man. Like, yeah, I'm saying I'm a non-violent person, luckily enough. You know what I'm saying? I'm only gonna hurt a nigga. I'm only gonna hurt somebody if they put their hands on me. And he didn't do none of that. But yeah, I mean, it was still a terrifying situation. But that's a secret story time. You know what I'm saying? To unlock that story, it's a straight 100 in super chat. It just happened to me yesterday, and it's sick. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing that's gonna make people's ears bleed. You know what I'm saying? Which, because I'm a G-rate I'm a G-rate all of the wordage up so it doesn't sound as bad as it is. You know what I'm saying? For 200 in super chat, I'll tell you the exact uncut version. You know what I'm saying? Uncut version, you'll hear all the details, and it's terrifying. You know what I'm saying? But just know that if you get that, then you did that damage. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up, Dilly Boy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I like that you would never disrespect me, man. That's good shit, man. You got good energy. All right, so with that being said, also shout out to the super chats, man. W's in the chat for Dilly Boy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's got 2,300 points. Yo, 300 more points, and you'll be the villain of all of our stories tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Yo, the Masked King Shaggy Rogers right now is number one with 2,600 XP points. Dilly Boy is second with 2,300. And Faithful Baller is third with 700 points, bros. And Alexia is fourth with 700 points, 600 points. W's in the chat. All right, so you guys type a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear everything I'm saying. Type a 2 in the chat if y'all can't hear none of what I'm saying. So, with that being said, now, I was trying to be super duper nice, so type a 1 in the chat if you get screwed over the worst when you're trying to be super duper nice to people. Type a 2 in the chat if the only time you get screwed over is when you're doing terrible stuff to people, and nice people don't get fucked over. Type a 2 in the chat if nice people don't get fucked over. Type a 2 in the chat, type a 1 in the chat if nice peoples get fucked over the worst. You know what I'm saying? Nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because that be a lot of people's stories. Oh, no, man. You know, there's no way you got, bad when you were doing good for someone. Nigga. You know what I mean? Yo. That's what's up. All right, so, what's up, Norland? What's up, Rodney? What's up, Victoria? What's up, Cameron? What's up, Black? What's up, Norland? You know what I'm saying? Understandable. Yeah, what's up, Rodney? See, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, anybody out there who's ever done a ton of good understands what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? You got to do a ton of good in order to see what's really good. Because when you do a ton of good, what you usually get is a lot of manipulators that try to take advantage of you and try to shame you for not like going out of your way and giving them all of your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Give me all of your stuff or you're an awful person. Bro, anyone who's ever done a lot of good stuff for a lot of people knows what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? But that happens to everybody. We're all human out this mug. You know what I'm saying? All right, so Ed, what time is it where you guys are at? Type the time and what state you guys were born in. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? You ever see someone trash a store or gas station? Yes. I saw somebody trash a gas station, then try to steal my gas out of my gas pump. Yo, W's in the chat to Dilly Boy. Yo, Snapchat me that pussy if it's cool. Yo, that's like one of my favorite songs that Jagged Solid made of me too, bro. W's in the chat to Dilly Boy. Yo, appreciate you, bro. You have great energy. You are number one now. Right now, you are number one. You know what I'm saying? You got 2,700 points. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yo, W's in the chat to Dilly Boy. Yo, you a real one, Brody. All right, you guys. So the person who is number one in Super Chat for this stream gets to be the villain of all of my story times tomorrow, which is what Dilly Boy just got with the homie. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Manuel. Appreciate you. It's optimal. What's up, Dilly Boy? Appreciate you, Brody. You got good energy, Dilly. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. Yo, what's up, Ghost Man? What's up, Juwan? Understandable. What's up, Grounded? Yeah. Oh, Grounded green bourbon. No, I never really think of that stuff. What made my personality, you know what I'm saying, stand out in my videos, because I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew exactly what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? When I was doing those videos, I knew exactly what I was doing, and I knew exactly, where it would go. Like, you know what I mean? I knew. You know what I'm saying? So what it is what it is this. I'm gonna tell you the whole secret, you know what I mean, to freaking, YouTube and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But it takes a long time and a lot of videos, okay? It's not overnight. It is not overnight, all right? You gotta do a lot of videos, and you gotta do this a lot of time in your videos. When you do videos, say stuff that makes you laugh. Because if you laugh, anybody that watches your stuff, because anyone that watches your stuff, they like your content or like something about you. They want to see more. So anyone that's watching you, if you make yourself laugh, 70% of the people who are watching you are going to laugh. Boom! You just became damn near one of the best comedians in the world. You're welcome. Just make yourself laugh. Entertain yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Type of 1 in the chat if that makes a lot of sense. Type of 2 in the chat if that don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? It's so simple that it's profound. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, if you make yourself laugh when people come and see you, perfect case in point. Perfect case in point. I'm going to show you guys live representation of this. You know what I'm saying? GTA 5, BlastphamousHD. I literally just type in laugh, right? And it didn't. That did not pop up immediately. Okay, so let's see. Airplane crash. Type in airplane. There we go. Boom. Perfect example. You know what I'm saying? This video right here is like, it's one of my most viral Let's Plays. And this is the beginning of it. This is the beginning. Jill. There you go. That's, you know what I'm saying? So literally, make yourself laugh a whole bunch, you know what I'm saying? And just put out a ton of that. You know what I mean? And you'll run into it sooner or later. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do in the hood. For real, for real. So that whole video was literally just me making myself laugh. You know what I'm saying? But, I learned that from doing, other stuff. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. All right, so. That makes sense. All right, so with that being said, appreciate you for the compliment. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. Appreciate the compliment, Grounded Green. So, with that being said, here's the story about how one of my subscribers had the nerve to come through and try to put a curse on me because I don't think he succeeded. So, what happened was this. I was trying to be a nice guy. I was trying to help everybody, do a bunch of stuff for everybody, and just spread love and all this other good stuff and good cheer and all that good stuff. So, what happened was this. I ran into this YouTuber at VidCon, and this YouTuber was like, "Yo, I love your stuff. I grew up watching you. We should do a collab." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." He's like, "Yo, I actually want to do a tour, a mansion tour of your crib. That's really awesome." I'm like, "Yeah, I got you, bro." So, I'm telling my address. I tell him to come through. You know what I'm saying? He pulls up to my crib like 3 weeks later. You know what I'm saying? And when he pulls up, you know what I mean? He comes into the crib and everything was cool at first, right? Everything was cool. So at a certain point, you know what I'm saying? What happened was, homie comes into the crib and he's like, "Yo, we're going to do a prank, right? We're going to do a prank and it's going to be cool, So what we're going to do is so he told me that he wanted to go somewhere and we were going to film ourselves looking at through a haunted house. I was like, that sounds great. My subscribers would love it. know what I'm saying? People been trying to get me to go to a haunted house for the longest time. That's awesome. And he said, like, yo, I actually know some places. I'm gonna come out there, I'm gonna bring some people. I got a camera crew, it's gonna be great. I'm like, all right, cool. Comes out, he brings 2 people, a guy and a girl. So when they get there, you know what I'm saying, the first night, they spend the night at my house. It's not a big deal. Nothing out of the ordinary happens, right? I sleep in a completely different house. They slept in one of the other houses. They got the whole house. I ain't tripping, right? So the next morning they wake up, you know, we all wake up. They're like, yo, let's go to this haunted house so that I can, you know, we can do this video. I'm like, okay, cool. Sounds great. Sounds like a good idea. So we get in the car and they're driving around because it's their car and they're looking for this haunted house, but they can't find it. We end up stopping at a pizza place. You know what I'm saying? They ended up getting cold feet because they didn't want to go to a haunted house. So, you know, I said, fuck it. We just got pizza instead. So we eat the food. We go back to my crib. We get to my crib. And the dude, he's like, yo, we'll just do another video in the morning. It's going to be cool. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'll see you guys later. I'm about to go run some errands. So I leave to go run some errands. I come back, you know what I'm saying, 20 minutes later. And, you know, I walk into my front door and all I hear is the most blood-curdling scream and gunshots, like a ghost screaming, ah! I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I run, I'm looking around the house, I'm like, what the fuck? And all I hear is, ah! So I run into my room, which is where I actually slept at, right? The place where I actually slept. I go in this room, and bro, they drew a pentagram on my floor in rice. A pentagram. He's probably watching this video. They drew a pentagram on my floor in rice. Next to the pentagram is a Ouija board, right? So I'm like, what the fuck? So before that, I go in the living room. I go into my room, my biggest room, and I turn off the computer or whatever. So the screaming stopped. Because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, obviously, what the hell is going on? So then I go into my room where I sleep at, and they're in there. They've got a camera set up in the corner. The camera guy filming. They got the dude is standing in the back like, I got him. So then the woman is in there. Now I was getting ready to go in there and break some shit. I was about to whoop his ass. I was about to fuck him up. The only thing that stopped me was they brought a female with them that had promised me some butt cheeks the day before. It's real hard beating up a female's best friend in front of her after she just offered you some butt cheeks the day before. I did say no. I didn't take them shits. But, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate the gesture. It made me nicer to her. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, that's what's up. You nice enough to just pull your vagina out. You got good energy. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Baby girl, she's standing there looking mortified. She's just like, she's looking like, please don't kill us. Because women have a very, very fine-tuned sense for, So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude had it coming. Dude really had it coming. So, you know what I mean? I didn't get to beat him, you know? So I walk up on homie and I'm like, and this nigga has the nerve to walk up on me and say, hey, so how do you feel? How does this make you feel? Me drawing a pentagram in your house and bring a Ouija board into your home, disrespecting the sanctimony of where you live. How do you feel? And he puts a microphone in my face. And I'm like, bro, so like, you owe me a fade. That's what I say to him. I'm like, bro, you owe me a fade. You owe me a fade. And he's like, no, I don't want to do that. No, I'm like, no, you owe me a fade because this is disrespectful. It's really disrespectful. You owe me a fade. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, no, I don't want to do. And he starts bitching up like a little because that's what those people are. Trolls, they're bitches. Every time. You know, some trolls are bigger than other trolls, but they usually punk asses. You know what I'm saying? On deep inside. You know what I'm saying? In their heart and all that shit. That's why they do what they do. You know, like they could either choose, yeah. So anyway, with that being said, the dude, you know, he you know what I'm saying? I was just like, bro, because I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. I should fuck you up. I should fuck up you and your camera person, your fat camera guy. The chick, she's fine. Yeah, she's good. You know what I'm saying? Vagina doesn't never gets held accountable. But you two motherfuckers, y'all deserve to get. So I think I should fuck y'all up and keep your camera and then break your camera. I could just smash your camera. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like, so what's up? You owe me a fade or I get to keep your camera. And he's like, no, man. No, bro, that's not how this goes, bro. No, that's not how this goes. Like, that's why it's not good to do that type of stuff to people because you don't know how people gonna react. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they'll scream and cry and run. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know what I mean? So when I saw that stuff in my room, all the pentagrams and the Ouija board and stuff, you know, I was just like, yo, you guys got 30 seconds to clean all of this up, or I'm smashing your camera and I'm gonna get at your kneecaps. So you guys got 30 seconds. They cleaned it all up and shit. You know what I'm saying? Within like 15 seconds. And then, you know, the next day, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I asked him, so, you know, because he wouldn't accept the fade, I don't want to just beat up a dude who's not gonna fight back. That shit don't feel good. You know what I'm saying? It does not feel good. So I don't want to do it unless a nigga rob your house. Then it's cool to beat the nigga up. But I didn't want to, you know, do that to him. So, all right, so also type, what time is it where you guys are at? You know what I'm saying? And where are you guys from? So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, you know, I'm not just gonna beat this dude up. You know what I mean? He's not gonna fight back. It's not fun. So, you know, I asked him, I'm like, yo, so you guys gonna stay the night here, right? You guys gonna stay the night? And he's like, no, I actually gotta go. Like right now, I actually gotta leave. And I'm like, so you is a bitch. So you is. You just, okay. You gonna run? Because I wasn't gonna hurt him anymore. But I figured if he's gonna prank me, I was gonna prank him back while he was asleep. I was gonna pour a whole thing of water on his face. But him sensing that I was gonna prank him back, he got him and his people out of there. That's why I don't really like, you know what I'm saying? Unless it's me and my camp pranking each other, I don't let nobody else prank me, bro, because they don't want to get pranked back. Everyone wants to make someone else feel bad. They don't want to, you know, get pranked back, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Theme? Yeah, that's cool that you're from Seattle. What's up, Darian? You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's up, Life? What's up, Life with Key? Yo, what's up, Theme? Yo, what it is, Grounded Green Bourbon. All right, yo. But yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened. You know what I'm saying? Homie didn't want to take his licks. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a prank war. You know what I'm saying? Bro, that would be a super chat. That would be a crazy super chat directly to my tip jar. You know what I'm saying? For me to meet in person, you know what I'm saying? Like it's too much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's why I be live streaming instead. It's way, way better for everybody. You guys get all the stories, and I don't leave the minute I get bored. You know what I'm saying? For real. So, let's see. Okay, so this is the story of when my crazy ex tried to make me her sugar daddy. So I was dating this one girl for like about 3, 4, 5 years, and after we broke up, this chick gonna have nerve to call me and say to me, "Hey Maurice, this is about money. I need to pay my electricity bill. I want you to give me $150. And I said, fuck no. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I told him exactly no. You know what I'm saying? For real. Hey, what's up, Theme? What's up, Darian? What's up, Life? Hey, what's up, Lord Zelf? What it is, Brody? That's awesome that you're from Iowa, Brody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What's up, Darian? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Grounded? All right, you guys. I want you guys to make sure to come to my gaming stream. You know what I'm saying? Which will either be... which will be at least tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to do a gaming stream tonight. You know what I'm saying? Type of one in the chat if you guys want me to set a super chat milestone that once I get off of telling stories, I immediately jump onto my channel and start telling games. I'm playing video games while telling you guys more stories. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys just want me to do regular story time for the rest of the night. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yo, that's awesome that you guys been listening to me since you guys were kids. You guys are freaking awesome, man. Love you guys' freaking energy. Yeah. Yeah, man. Bro, with that being said, I cannot wait to play some more Five Nights at Freddy's parodies. Some of the old school Five Nights at Freddy's games, you know what I'm saying? No new ones at all. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna do some, we got some new ones, but you know, no new ones at all. Alright, so that's what's up. Okay. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys, okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys, type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of when a guy basically sold me his wife for 3 G's. Well, no, he gave me 3 G's to bone his wife for him, but we never did anything though. You know what I'm saying? Type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of Type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of when a guy off Craigslist tried to abduct my girlfriend right in front of me. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah. All right, so if you guys want me to play any type of game or watch a video, it's a 50 in super chat. You know what I'm saying? So it's a 50 in super chat if you guys want me to watch a video you want me to watch or play a game that you want me to play. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, the grounded green bourbon, if you want me to watch that video or check out that game, it's a 50 in super chat directly through my tip jar. Either that or directly through the channel. You know what I'm saying? My tip jar link is in the comment section. For real. You know what I'm saying? Because it sounds like you really want me to watch that mug. You know what I'm saying? Let me know in the super chat. All right, so let's see. Yeah. From Seattle. Nigga. Damn. All right, so, but yeah. All right, so with that being said, type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of when I pooped my pants in the poker room in front of everybody. You know what? We're gonna set that as the next super chat milestone. So once we reach the next 50 in super chat, you know what I'm saying, which is a super chat milestone, I will tell you guys the story. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of when I pooped myself in front of everyone. Once we reach the next super chat milestone, type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of the time I hung out with the guy who robbed my house at gunpoint and didn't do nothing to him. And it's after I knew he robbed my house. All right, guys. So we got 3 ones. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we got 4 ones, 5 ones. A whole lot of ones here. Yeah? Hey, what's up, Noah and Flores? Hi. All right, you guys. What time is it where you guys are at and where you guys from? You know what I'm saying? Yo, the time I got chased by a dog bigger than I am. Oh, yo, W's in the chat to Dilly Boy Callhorn. Yo, poker poop story. My favorite 3 things. You enjoy poker? Yo, that's cool, Brody. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's awesome that you enjoy poker, bro. I like to play Texas Hold'em. Texas Hold'em is my favorite type of... Yo, W's in the chat to Ethan Singh. Yo, 1760. Yo, been a fan for a long time, man. The old Llama Arts videos are my favorite. Also, number 2. Okay, cool. All right, so Dilly Boy, he put 10 on here in number 1. The highest super chat, the person that super chats the most towards the 50 is the person that wins the tug of war of which story time we're telling. Oh God. You know what I'm saying? So, Dilly is riding for number 1. You know what I'm saying? The poker poop story. And Ethan is riding for story number 2. You know what I'm saying? The time I hung out with the guy who robbed my house at gunpoint. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hold him is my shit. W Ethan. Yo, W Dilly Boy. W Ethan. W all super chatters. Yeah. So anybody that super chats through, make sure to let me know if you want to be a hero, villain, and or an extra in today's story, because you will be. Now, with that being said, oh yeah, the old World Star hip hop is awesome. Once we reach 35 more in super chat, we will be telling you guys the story of either, oh boy, either the time I hung out with the dude who robbed my house at gunpoint, or the story of when I pooped my pants in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? For real. Yeah. Understandable. Yo, hey, what's up, Life with Key? What's up, No Ema? What's up, Juwan? Yo, what's up, Dion Jones? What's up, Theme? Yeah. That's awesome. Yo, I thought another one came through. BZ, thoughts on Rampage's son? What did Rampage's son do? You know what I'm saying? Feel free to ask me any questions you guys will want. As once we reach the next 35 in super chat, we will be either telling you guys the story of so the subscriber either telling you guys the story of when I hung out with the dude who robbed my house at gunpoint, or oh boy. Yeah, you guys know the other one. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Yeah. So, appreciate the compliment, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Life with Key. You say I'm getting old on you, man? Dude, I'll be 99 in October, Life with Key. You know what I'm saying? How old are you? Life Key? I'll be 99 in October. You should come to the birthday party. We're going to have somebody jumping out of a cake and everything. So, with that being said, oh man. So with that being said, type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of the guy off Craigslist trying to abduct my girlfriend right in front of me. You know what I'm saying? Or the type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story. Thank you, Danny, for subscribing. Type of 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of the guy who roofied my girlfriend right in front of me and then basically abducted her and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, that's a 1. Type of 2 in the chat. I actually made a song about that one. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about when I caught the Bellagio customers having a soup kitchen with a prosta female in their hotel room. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. I'll be 99 in October, bro. Appreciate you for the compliment. Yeah. Hey, Life with Key, how old are you? How old are you? I can't give you an honest opinion unless you're going to answer my questions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's, what do they call that? Yeah. Communication? I know, right? Hey, appreciate you, Omar. Yeah. That dude is super popular. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Appreciate you. All right, so once we reach 35 more in super chat, I will be telling you guys. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. Hey, what's up, Dion Jones? Hey, what's up, Darian? What's up, Life with Key? What's up, Armar? What's up, Ethan? What's up, Darian? Hey, yeah. All right, so with that being said, I'm gonna tell you guys the story of when the dude tried to abduct my girl off of Craigslist. So what happened was this. So I was trying to date this female, bro. I had a big crush on her. Loved the hell out of her. Wanted her super duper bad. But she didn't want shit to do with me, right? She wouldn't give me the time of freaking day. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, you know what I mean? With that being said, you know, I went to go, this female hits me up one night and is like, yo, I'm at the club, you know, come hang out with me and my friends. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? I got you coming up fresh, Brody. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I tell homie, I'm like, you know, I tell her, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna come through. I'm gonna come kick it. It's gonna be great. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, baby girl, she shows up and she's like, you know, when I show up to the club, I go in there to meet her. I meet them at their table and I get in there and baby girl's already super drunk. You know what I'm saying? And I get in there and I sit down at the table. I start talking with everybody, right? Now, while I'm talking to everybody, you know what I'm saying? The guy she's there with is a gangbanger, right? He's talking all of this crazy shit, right? Oh, you know, oh man, I'm a gangbanger. This, I'm gonna do all this. I'm gonna knock you out and all this other shit. So I start roasting the nigga. You know what I'm saying? When I roast him super duper good. Hey, what's up, Chand Ali? Yo, what's up, Leslie Ferguson? Yo, hope you guys are having a great day, man. Whoa, what's up, Undead? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Darian? Yeah. That's what's up. What's up, Ethan? Okay, so with that being said, I show up. You know what I'm saying? Club is popping. They had a whole bunch of good music popping. Everyone's out there dancing. There's like 600 freaking people in this club. We're sitting at the table. And, you know, I'm talking with everybody. We're eating some food. And the food was good. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing good, Leslie Ferguson. I hope you're doing good as well. And the food is really good. Right? So, you know what I'm saying? We go up to we're eating food, and the dude, her date starts roasting me. So while her date is roasting me, I'm just like, yo, like, you know, I just start roasting him back. And when I roast him better than he roasts me. So I peed on him like R. Kelly, pretty much. So after I get done peeing on him like R. Kelly, you know, I let him off the hook. Because, you know, I'm like, all right, so, you know, if you want more of this, you know, keep talking, and I'll give this to you. You know what I'm saying? You'll get this you'll get this verbal ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? Linguistical boxing ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, like, and he's like, yeah, well, you know, I'm a gangbanger, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, sure you are. So, you know what I'm saying? Now, the reason why I'm not too bothered by the fact that she has a guy with her is, number one, is I understand female nature enough to know that they always want to try to make a nigga jealous. Females will invite 3 niggas out to a date. You know what I'm saying? And if they all show up, then she'll just, you know, bone the one who's the least jealous, pretty much. So with that being said, I'm doing great. Yo, all right, so what time is it where you guys are at? Oh my God, so good. Yo, that's what's up. Hey, what's up, Ethan? What's up, Darian? Yeah. What's up, Leslie? That's what's up. Hey, what's up, Good Ramen? Go Dramin. I mean, what's up, Go Dramin? So, I tell this chick, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, you know, everything's cool. I ain't tripping. So I tell her, like, yo, you know, okay, well, you could be with him. I ain't tripping, right? I'm just going to get with her sister. Now, she brought her little sister with her. Her little sister was 23, was a complete, utter ditso, you know what I'm saying? But she was bad, you know what I'm saying? She had fleek titty meat on her and a flat ass stomach. So I was like, yeah, I mean, I ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love a horny dumb chick. So with that being said, once we reach 35 in Super Chat, you know what I'm saying? Once we reach the next Super Chat milestone, which is 35 more in Super Chat, we will unlock the next super duper wild story time, bro. Yo, so with that being said, yo, Dilly boy, you know what I'm saying? All right, so once we reach the next 35 in Super Chat, we will unlock the next secret story time, which is the story of me pooping myself in front of everyone at the poker table, at the Horseshoe. No, it was the Planet Hollywood. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Or, I'll tell you guys the story that Ethan wants to hear. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. All right, so let's see. Yo. Yo. All right, so Life with Keith says, yo, BHD, I have an ex that's crazy as hell. And when I block her, she always finds a way to contact me. What should I do? P.S. She's batshit crazy. Tell her you love her 50 times a day. Tell her you love her 5 times a day. Tell her you can't breathe without her. Tell her you love her so much. Call her 15 times a day for 3 days straight and she'll block you for the rest of your life. Female nature. You know what I'm saying? All right, so, understandable, Dilly Boy. Dilly Boy, like, yo, come on, guys. Help me out with these super chats. All right, so, with that being said, Dilly Boy, if we do reach 85 more in super chat, we will unlock that secret story that I was telling you about earlier. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of if it's all from you. But, I'm going to have to ask the whole chat if they want to hear it. If they all donate to get the story, then, you know what I'm saying? We're going to have to make sure everyone's okay to hear it. Either that. Yeah, I'll tell it. It is what it is. It's embarrassing as hell, but I'll tell it. It's like a 15-minute story. It's cool. All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? This freaking, so I show up to the club. I'm talking to the freaking, I'm talking to the chick. You know what I'm saying? The chick is mad cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, but she has a dude there with her already, right? So I start talking to the sister. And the sister, you know what I'm saying? The sister is like complete and agreeable. Me and the sister, we leave out of the crib and go into her car, you know what I'm saying, to get away from everybody. And we're talking and everything. And she's just like, yo, I really like your vibe. We should really hang out. I really like your vibe, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's what's up. She's like, yo, but look, what I need from you is I need for you to watch my sister for me. I make sure to protect my sister, make sure she's okay, and that guy doesn't abduct her because we don't know that guy. We met, I don't know that guy. We just met him. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I got you. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, oh, okay, cool. Now I got to go take my sister's friends home real quick. Once I take my sister's friends home, then I'm going to come back. And then, me and you will leave and go somewhere. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah. So I'm like, hell yeah, this sounds like music to my ears. So, I go and I go back inside of the place. Now, mind you, at this point, oh my God, what it is, peeps? What's up? That's what's up. Yo. Yeah. Yo, Life with Key, what it is, Brody? Hey, what's up, Fear Vamp Tunes? What's up, Ethan? What's up, Shiloh? What's up, APL? What's up, my bud? Yeah. All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I keep on, let's see, yeah. So I go back inside the place, you know what I'm saying? Mind you, I'm leaving some stuff out, but it'll help the story go faster. So I go back inside the bar or whatever. And at this point, everyone's sitting down, we're chilling. Most of the people have left. It's only me, her, and it's only me, the older sister of the sister that I want to kick it with, and the black dude, right? So the black dude is like, yo, now he's told this woman, oh, I'm not gonna go nowhere with your sister. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna mess around and, you know what I'm saying? Like, do jacked up stuff. I'm not gonna do nothing messed up to her. None of that. You know what I'm saying? For real. Now, with that being said, the chick is all loopy. She's falling over stuff. She's like, you know what I'm saying? She's out of it. You know what I mean? She's like, oh. So the minute the sister leaves to go take the other friends home, the female, she tells me, well, the dude, he looks at me, he's like, yo, me and this girl, we're about to leave. We'll see you later. And I'm like, no, that's not what we said we were going to do. We said we're going to hang out, chill, and not do none of that. So, we're going to stay here. We're going to be men of our words. We're going to do what we say. And he's like, man, fuck all that shit, cuz. Fuck all that shit, cuz. I ain't do. So he started freaking out or whatever. He's like, yo, I'll whoop you. I'll mash you, homie. And I'm like, look, we could do all that. I mean, like, look, if you feel free to go for it. You You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we said that we're going to watch her sister, hang out with her here. We're not going to pick up, drag her somewhere, take her somewhere else, right? He's like, all right, man, all right. So he sits down. So then, you know, about 20 minutes in, we're waiting for the little sister to get back. She's still not back. It's going to take about 2-3 more hours. The dude gets up. He's like, man, fuck all this. Gets up, walks out the club, right? He walks out the club. The female walks out after him. Hey, wait, where are you going? Come back. Where are you going? So she's like, yo, you know, so she goes running after him. I call the little sister up. I'm like, yo, they're leaving. What do I do? And she's like, yo, no, don't let them leave. You gotta go get them. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta go get them. Make sure that, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't take her anywhere. We don't really know her like that. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah, yeah. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? With that being said, you know what I mean? Let's see. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? The dude, he gets all the way halfway to his car. And when he gets halfway to his car, you know what I'm saying? He gets all the way to his car and she's following closely after him. W using the chat to the mod squad. Appreciate you, Brody. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Who was that last guy speaking gibberish? I don't know. Maybe he caught the Holy Ghost. He was speaking in tongues. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. But unfortunately for him, my mods know to pretty much, you know what I mean? Like ban anybody that's doing that type of stuff because we don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't do religion, no politics. It's not a all the way ban. It's usually a timeout. But we don't do religion or politics off up in this mud. So with that being said, because it just turns out to an argument in comments. So with that being said, dude, he's like, yo, you know, what'd you say? Understandable. Yeah, yeah, thank you, Est. For real, for real. Hey, what's up, Shalomer? Hi, Shalomer. Hey, what's up, Dilly Boy? He's the #1 viewer in our chat, Brody. He's the #1 super chatter of tonight's stream, which means he is the super villain of all of our stories tomorrow. Every story that's got something bad happening, he is the super villain. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I just got a really crazy story for you guys. So, type of 1 in the chat if you guys want the hidden story to be yesterday when I was at UNLV for my first day at school. This dude tried to say he was in the girls, and then he got mad at me when I wouldn't play video games alone with him in his room. Like at UNLV. Like I'm not falling for the okie doke. Type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about my best friend who just got sentenced to 20 years and what he did. You know what I'm saying? Once we reach the next 85 in super chat. Both those stories are 84, or the next 85 in super chat. We will unlock those stories. Type of 1 if you guys want to hear the story about how this dude pretty much tried to take advantage of me yesterday. Pretty much. Freaking, even though I'm straight, and he knew I was straight. I can't stand that shit. So type of 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about my homeboy who went to jail for 20 years 3 days ago and what he got 20 years for. I will tell you guys very much so. Yeah, yeah. That's understandable, Life with Key. All right, so with that being said, the story I was telling you guys was, yeah. So, all right, so with that being said, the easiest way to super chat to me is directly through my tip jar. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you guys. It all goes towards upgrading our computer equipment. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Because I actually have to, I got to do more. I got to upgrade the computer more, unfortunately. I know, right? We literally just upgraded it 4 months ago. But computers are like cars. You got to continuously do shit to them. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. For them to keep working. Hey, what's up, Will, man? What's up, Rose? Yeah, yeah. All right, so we got a 1 for a 2. Our super chatters choose what story we tell. So, with that being said, this story time in particular, let's see. So, the guy leaves out the club and he's walking back to his car. He gets to his car. The female is walking closely behind him in back of him, right? So, I'm walking up to him. I got the phone in my hand. I'm talking to the sisters. I'm like, yo, what do I do? She's about to go with him. The younger sister tells me, do not let him go with her. Do not let her go with him. We met him off Craigslist. So I'm sitting there thinking in my head, what fucking moron meets a guy off Craigslist? This woman is obviously stupid. Obviously, they're goofballs. Both of them mentally handicapped. Who the hell meets a dude off of freak? Yo, you better off meeting a dude off of crazypeople.com than off of freaking Twitter. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? He closes the door. He goes over, he opens up her car door, puts her inside of the car, right? Then he walks over and he opens up his own car door, and then, he freaking, you know what I mean? Like, he opens up his own car door and then gets up out that mug, right? He gets up in his own car. So I walk over to the passenger side, open that mug up, and, pull her out. And this nigga's like, hey, good morning, Sahil. So this nigga's like, oh, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He gets out of his car. Fuck are you doing, nigga? I told you I was gonna take care of her. I told you I was gonna make sure she's safe and got home good and safe. And I'm like, yeah. But see, her sister just told me not to let her go with you because she's on her way back. You know what I'm saying? And, but don't worry about it. Just get her phone number and kick it with her a different day. You know what I'm saying? And this nigga is like, he gets out of his car. He's like, what? Man, no, I told you, nigga. I'm taking it with me. And I'm like, yeah, well, I'm telling you that we're not doing that. We're waiting for the sister. And he's like, and he gets in my face. I hate the niggas like you, cuz. You know what I'm saying? He pulled one of them shits. So, I pushed him off pure reflex. You know what I'm saying? And when I pushed him, homie falls back up against his car and shit. And this nigga go get up and had a nerve to try to be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, when he gets up, and his passenger side door is still open from when I pulled the girl out. He bends down, reaches up under his passenger side car seat, pulls out his gun from up under his car seat, and points it directly at me and her. Now, at this point, unfortunately for both me and her, I'm still in my Captain Save-A-Hole era, right? I'm standing in front of this goofy bitch. You know what I'm saying? And I say this bitch is goofy because the fucking goofy ass bitch kept trying to fight me to get to him. And he's pointing a fucking gun at us. This goofy bitch went out of her way to try to make it seem like I was the thirsty motherfucker for trying to save her fucking life. She treated me like I was thirsty for trying to save this goofy bitch's life. And that's why after that, I never Captain Save-A-Hole ever again. I never nearly got shot for another female ever. That was the last female I ever almost got shot for. Never again. Never a fucking again. Never again. So, baby girl, what she did was, she's standing, I'm standing in front of her, protecting her from the gunfire, like a fucking weirdo, or like a Captain Save-A-Hole and shit. You know what I'm saying? Everyone used to simp, man. I was a simp, So I'm standing in front of this girl, protecting her and shit. And, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Appreciate you for the compliment, man. That's awesome that you've been watching me for over a decade. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? The female, I'm standing in front of the fucking female and shit. I'm trying to protect this bitch. And the dude's got the gun on the both of us. And I'm like, yo, bro, I'm trying to tell the dude, I'm trying to talk him down. I'm like, yo, it's not that serious. Just kick it with her later, nigga. It ain't that serious, bro. The fuck are you doing? And he says, no, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you won't respect us. I'm like, nigga. You know what I'm saying, bro? This ain't got nothing to do with respect. You're trying to shoot us, nigga. Like, hard to respect the dude that's trying to shoot you. So I'm just like, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So, homie, he had one of his homeboys there. His homeboy runs in front of him and tries to stop him from trying to shoot us. It didn't work that good. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, the homie's got the gun on us, and I'm thinking I'm about to get shot. Game over, right? Tell me why Paul Blart looking ass nigga, mall cop looking ass nigga, had the nerve to come speeding up in a freaking golf cart and everything. This nigga pulls up in a golf cart, and he's like, skirt, yo, hey, everybody get in your car and go home right now. You know what I'm saying? So you know, the gangbanger looking dude, he shoves the gun in his pants and he looks at me and he's like, yo, hey, shh. And he looks over at me and he looks over at the cop and he's like, oh, officer, no, we're just talking. Everything's cool. You can go home. It's fine. You're there. And I look over at the officer and I'm like, yo, he's got a gun. He's trying to kill us. He's got a gun. So the officer, understanding that I'm telling the truth and that the guy's lying, you know what I mean? He's like, yo, sir, like I said, get in your car, get up out of here. That's what he says to the other guy. So the other guy, unfortunately, looks at us and says, he looks at me and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? You fucking snitch. You're snitching on us. What the fuck you doing? Yeah, civilian nigga. I don't do crime no more. So, yes, I's a snitch. I'm snitching, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, this is the way it goes, guys. If you do crime, I'm not gonna say shit. It's not my business. I don't give a shit. You ain't even gotta give me no money. You ain't even gotta give me no hush money. But if you do crime to me and I don't do crime, I'm snitching, nigga. I'm telling everybody, everyone. I'm updating everybody on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, with that being said, you know, the guy looks at me and he just gets this fit of rage look on his face. He's Superman. How dare I break the bro code? How dare I tell the police just because he's trying to shoot me over a female that's my friend? How dare I? So he goes and he, you know, the dude with the gun, you know, he puts the gun in the back of his pants. He's like, man, fuck you, fuck that. I'm gonna find you later, nigga. I'm gonna come back and get you later. He puts the gun in the back of his pants, jumps in his Hellcat, speeds off. Mad as shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's awesome, Donnie the Kid, that you've been watching me for 8 years, bro. All right, so you guys, what time is it where you guys are at? You know what I'm saying? To put 1 in the chat if you guys can hear and see everything. To put 2 in the chat if you guys can't see or hear any of this. What it is, Lavelle Bogan? What it is, Audi? What it is, homie? You know what I'm saying? He upped the blick, bro. Code invalid. Very invalid. If a nigga points a gun at me to shoot me and I don't do crime, I'm snitching, nigga. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I freaking, you know, I'm standing there with the girl, got the girl behind me. Who else pulls up but her sister? Sister pulls up so fast, it's like she was watching them from afar, but didn't want to pull up to help. You know what I'm saying? So this bitch pulls up, and that's exactly what it seems like it was. So this bitch pulls up, you know what I'm saying? And I go to putting the sister in the back car because I want to get her out of here before he comes back. So I'm putting the sister in the car. Now, mind you, this goofy bitch is fighting me. Now, mind you, this is the part of the story I forgot to tell you guys. The entire time that this guy's got the gun on us, this goofy female is fighting me to get to him. Why? Because she's roofied. Number one, she's been roofied, and I didn't know she got roofied at the time. But number two, any guy that is trying to help a female, but it comes off as thirsty because you're trying super hard to help her, it comes up as thirsty, and the woman will immediately try to fight you for it. That's why I will never step in and fight a female for a dude. If I see a female getting beat the fuck up, I'm probably not gonna step in and help because I don't know the whole story. You know what I'm saying? That's real shit. I tried. I used to do that. I used to step in and save females and do all of that shit, you know what I'm saying? And then I found out you know what I mean? When I found out what female nature was, that's when I stopped that shit. You know what I'm saying? I realized that, you know, women want to get you jealous. Women want you to get you to fight over them just so they can try to disqualify you later for being thirsty enough to fight over them. That's why I never fought over a woman again after that. There's no point. You know what I'm saying? What do I win? The bill? I'm not about to fight for a bill. So, with that being said, you know, I take the female and she's trying to get out the back seat to, you know, explain, no, wait, look. So I start kicking her into the back seat. I stuff her in the back seat. I kick her in that motherfucker. And she finally goes in there. And then, you know, her sister tries to talk to me like, yo, I want to hang out. And I tell the sister, I'm like, yo, you know what? I'm good on hanging out. I'm out. Because this is a lot of fucking work. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. This is a whole lot of freaking work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Trying to get with a chick. that's constantly trying to shit test. No, no, you're thirsty. You're a loser. No, I only want the guy that doesn't want me back. I only want the guy that's going to hit me in the face. You know what I'm saying? When I talk back. For real, for real. That's the guy that makes her loins wet for some reason. Never understand it. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? With that being said, once we reach the next Super Chat milestone of 35 more in Super Chat, you know what I'm saying? Type a 1 in the chat if you guys want me to tell you guys the crazy story, of when I caught the Bellagio, when I caught like 8 Bellagio customers all having a soup kitchen on one chick. Type a 2 in the chat if you guys instead want me to tell you guys the story of when a meth head pulled a knife on me. You know what I'm saying? Over by UNLV. So 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of when I caught when I caught a whole bunch of Bellagio customers having a soup kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Type a 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of when I got robbed at knife point over at UNLV. You know what I'm saying? You still do scary reactions? Yes. Pretty much every day. You know what I'm saying? All right, so 2 for when I got robbed. You know what I'm saying? Type a 3 in the chat if you guys instead. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah. All right, that's what's up. Type a 3 in the chat if you guys want me to tell both the stories once we reach the next, the double Super Chat milestone, which is 85 in Super Chat. For real, for real. Okay, so once we reach 35 more in Super Chat, we will immediately tell the story of when they pulled a knife on me over at UNLV. Pretty much got robbed at a knife point. Or he, it was wild. Super duper wild. That's what's up. Oh my God. All right, so give me a second, y'all. I got the wildest story for you guys, man. Oh boy. That's what's up. Nigga. All right, you guys. Let's see. Yeah. All right, you guys. Yo, what time is it where you guys are at? You know what I'm saying? All right, so once we reach the next Super Chat milestone, which is 35 more in Super Chat, I will tell you guys a story of when a guy tried to rob me at knife point, man. He pulled a knife on me, and my homeboy was there and everything. You know what I'm saying? The unlockable part of that story is who my homeboy is. You know what I'm saying? You guys will probably never guess who the homie was that was there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh my God. So yo, man, I'll tell y'all this one crazy story, man. So the craziest thing to me is when, you know what I'm saying, like somebody asks you for money, and then if you tell them no, they tell you that you're broke, which is weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, if you're asking me for money, aren't you the broke one? You know what I'm saying? Doesn't that make much sense? Doesn't that make sense? You know what I'm saying? I can't stand that shit. When a female asks me for money to get her hair and nails done, and when I tell her no, she tell me I'm broke. But in all actuality, if she's asking me for money, doesn't that make her the broke one? Type a 1 in the chat if that makes her the broke one. Type a 2 in the chat if she's a woman, so as a man, you're broke by default. And that's just what women will try to use on you. You broke. You ain't got to. Blah, 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 blah. Yo. It was wild. Oh God. Yeah, that's a story. Oh God. For real. Understandable. Oh, well, you guys are in on this one. But yeah, I do scary reactions every day. For real. Yo, I appreciate the compliment. That guy is super popular, man. Yeah. All right, let's see. What's up, Aldi Sylvester? What's up, Juwan? What's up, Driller? What it is, Sanso? All right, so once we reach the next 35 in Super Chat, we will unlock the story. Yeah. Let's see. Yo, so which story did you guys want to... What was number 2 again? What was the number 2 story? Yeah. Oh, my God. So, I'll tell you guys one of the most embarrassing things that happened to me, man, is, you know what I'm saying? Too many past lessons not going for that simp shit. Understandable. You cannot go for the simp shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's what's up. Thank you for the compliment, SCK. You know what I'm saying? That guy is super duper popular. Appreciate you. For real. All right, so let's see. Accidentally, yeah. All right, so, now I'm gonna beat up a handicapped dude. Oh my God. Time I accidentally DJ'd a celebrity freak off. Oh God. Oh my God. Did a drive-by mooning. My best friend doesn't know his girlfriend is a grown-ass man. Oh my God. All right, so I had this one situation happen, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's what's up. That could be a crazy story time. So, what happened was this. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Yeah. All right, so if you guys want me to tell you guys any crazy story about what happened with somebody or something like that, for 50 in Super Chat, you know what I'm saying? I'll recant the entire story as a Super Chat request. For real. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, so if you guys want to hear a story recanted and told way more detail than when I first told it, you know what I'm saying? 50 in Super Chat, either directly through my tip jar or directly to the channel. Yeah. Got you guys coming up fresh. All right, so, oh my God. So I'm gonna tell you guys the story of why you should never win an argument with a woman. You know what I'm saying? They do not have the mental stability, you know what I'm saying, to freaking handle that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? For real. Yeah. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's awesome that you remember me for so long, bro. Thank you, Wills. So, with that being said, what's up, Jackson? Yo, what's up, Josh Billers? Yo, what's up, SCK? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Some of these stories need to be on Netflix. Hey, thank you for the compliment, Lavelli. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Alex Mary? What's up, Pyro Games? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, you guys. So, with that being said, let's see. So let's Rob. All right. Okay, so this is a story of why you should never win an argument with a woman, right? So, mind you, once we reach the next 35 in Super Chat, we will be unlocking the next BHD story time, which is far crazier than any of the ones you guys have heard yet, and I will be telling far more details in that mug than I have previously. So, with that being said, I ended up, oh my God, it's my most embarrassing moment. Oh my God, that's funny. Let's see. Yo, what's up, MMA? What's up, Mr. Vo? Appreciate you, yo. That guy's super popular. What's up, Google? Yo, what's up, Alex Mary? Yo. All right, so let's see. Keep getting freaking... My bad. I keep getting distracted by reading you guys' comments, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I might be one of the only streamers that reads the comments now. Understandable. We all know why. All right, so let's see. Oh, all right, so I had this one editor, right? He was a black guy. And, you know, he was editing for me for about a good 3 weeks, right? So after 3 weeks, he comes to me and he tells me, yo, BlastphamousHD, what do you think of my girlfriend, right? He pulls out a picture and he shows me the picture. Yo, this was a whole grown ass fucking man with a wig on and wearing a dress. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, man, this is my wife, this is my girlfriend. I love her so much. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah, man, what does she look like? What do you think? You think she looks good? Like, what do you think, man? You like her? And I'm like, yeah, man. So type of one in the chat if you've ever been in a situation where you were forced to lie. Type of two in the chat if you've never been forced to lie. Mm. 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 Yo, so type of one in the chat if you guys have ever been forced to lie against your will, but you had to save everybody's feelings. Type of two in the chat if you've never been forced to lie. So you've never lied. You would just tell the straight truth, no matter how much it would hurt the person's feelings. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You was at a bar and didn't get ID'd. That's what's up. The bartender sounded like a really cool guy. Yeah. Yo, that's what's up. Hey, so look, everybody that's up in this mug, I play FNAF every single night. Tonight might be the only night that I don't play. You know what I'm saying? If we reach another 200 in Super Chat, all going towards saving my homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Because my homeboy, he's kind of going through it a little bit, and he needs some extra money, so I'm really trying to help him out. You know what I mean? Story of my life, man. You know what I'm saying? Story of my life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What happened to the tuxedo teacher? I don't know. I don't know at all. That's what's up, Zachary Matz. Cool. All right, so with that being said, you know what I'm saying? We're going to jump off this mug in 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So we got 45 minutes of storytelling left. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, tomorrow night, I will be playing scary games. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow night, I'm going to be, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be all up in this mug. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing story time. I'm going to be at college. I'm going to show you guys my day at college. You know what I'm saying? Which, tomorrow, I'm just going to be going to the gym and skipping class. And, like, you know, So, but yeah, I'll be streaming from college. Then when I get home, I'm going to be doing some story times. Then after that, I'm going to do scary gaming at FNAF. We're going to do some scary FNAF gaming. For real. Yeah. Okay, so with that being said, once we reach our Super Chat milestone of 50 in Super Chat, you know what I'm saying, we will immediately be telling you guys the super embarrassing story about how I pooped myself in front of everybody at the casino. It was at Planet Hollywood. It was the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me, guys. The most embarrassing thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We about to get up out of this mug in like 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying? W's in the chat to everybody, man. You guys are freaking awesome. So, with that being said, of course. That's what's up. Let's see. Oh my goodness. So, I want you to type a 1 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about how I found out my homeboy was in the Bone and Goats. Oh boy. Type a 2 in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about the time I told my boss that I had really, really bad syphilis in order to not have to go to work so I could stay home and play video games. World of Warcraft, to be more precise. You know what I'm saying? Turn up. Wow. Yo, that sucks that you're a self-proclaimed liar, Pink. You know what I'm saying? But all you got to do is just, just not lie anymore, and you're not a liar anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's good. That's good, Pink. But it is good that you know yourself. You know what I'm saying? It is understand. It's really, really smart that you have such well-honed self-assessment, tools for yourself as to where you know that you're a liar and you're willing to call it out in chat. That takes it takes a real man to be that accountable, bro. It takes a real man to be that accountable, Pink. You know what I'm saying? And that is freaking awesome. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. Hey, appreciate the compliment, Brody. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, Pink, there's nothing wrong with you. Don't have to prove yourself to us, Pink. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to keep trying to prove to us that, you're not or you are or any of that. Just, be in a chat, hang out, you know what I'm saying? And all of that stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. You just have to be a normal person. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah, all of my stories are Photoshop, Pink. All of my stories are Photoshop. These are all Photoshop, Brody. You know what I'm saying? Every single one of them. All of these are Photoshopped. You know what I'm saying? Like these are made up. You know what I'm saying? I these are off of I use what's that one thing? GIMP. There you go. You know what I'm saying? I use GIMP to make up stories. None of these are real. Matter of fact, actually, you guys don't know how much that helps me. Because next time somebody makes a documentary about me, like trying to lie on me and shit, I'm going to say it's all fake. Yep. And I learned it from some of you guys. Hey, no, all of this is fake. What are you talking about, man? Everything. It's all Photoshop. None. For real, for real. Understandable. Yeah. Understandable. Oh, poor Nathan. You jealous? Poor Nathan. Poor guy. Hey, everyone send healing energy to Nathan. He's going through a poor baby. Widow baby. Nathan going through it. Widow baby. Easy boo-boo. Easy boo-boo. Sending healing energy to Nathan. Poor thing. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Nathan, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better, man. Like sending healing energy your way. You know what I'm saying? Hey, everyone, let's all crowd around Nathan. You know what I'm saying? And then let's all crowd around Nathan and pat on him like he's a little scared widow girl who's so insecure that him need to be patted on to be reassured that he's different and special and better than everyone else somehow. Poor widow baby. Oh, poor Nathan. Poor Nathan, widow baby. Yeah, it's really sad, man, that we got to baby you like this, Nathan. You know what I'm saying? Man, I hope you get well soon, bro. You know what I'm saying? Sad, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Nathan, what color skirt do you wear? You know what I'm saying? Is it hot pink? I bet it is. You know what I'm saying? It's probably turquoise. You know what I'm saying? Poor widow baby. Everyone send healing energy and no accountability towards Nathan. Poor widow baby. That's so funny. Nigga. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Nah. Poor widow babies. Oh. Poor widow females. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yo. Good. You guys are funny. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yep. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Nathan? All right, so W's in the chat to the mod squad, you know what I'm saying? For keeping the chat clean. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what Malcolm is saying. He's saying, yeehaw. Yee Hussein. Are you saying you Dom Hussein? Adam Hussein? I don't know why. Adam Hussein. I forgot what he did. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. Yo, that must be your totem word, Malcolm. That's really cool that you have a good totem word, Yaham Hussein. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? That's what's up. That's what's up. Yo, so I can just end BSG story time, or I can keep going. It's up to you guys, you know? I mean, you know, still got stories to tell, but I mean, if you guys don't want to hear them, you know, I do have an appointment to get to in 37 minutes. So you're right, Malcolm. Yeah, I'm gonna tell some more stories. I got you guys, bro. You know what I mean? The ones of you that are awesome, you guys are so awesome that the ones that try to go out of their way to not be awesome, they don't even matter. Like, you don't, you know what I'm saying? For real. So with that being said, yeah. Oh, but by the way, all of these stories are super duper photoshopped. You know what I mean? Super photoshopped. Nigga. Yeah. All right, so let's see. All right, so I had a story of when I walked into my homeboy, like, you know, boning a goat. That's a terrifying story. You know what I'm saying? To put one in the chat if you guys have already heard it. To put two in the chat if you haven't heard that story. You know what I'm saying? Because there's like a lot of new of you guys. Yeah. Hey, W's in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Yo, appreciate you, Jordan. You know what I'm saying? You are helping a whole lot. For real. W's in the chat. Because comments, they help more than you think. It pushes us up in the algorithm. With that being said, once we reach the next 35 in Super Chat, I will be telling you guys the most jacked up story today so far. I will be telling you guys the story of when I crashed my Benz. And you guys don't know that story. You know what I'm saying? You don't. You guys have never heard the story of why I don't drive my Benz anymore. You know what I'm saying? Hey, optimize. That's what's up. Understandable. Yeah. So type of one in the chat if you guys want to hear the story of when I crashed my Benz once we reach the Super Chat milestone. You know what I'm saying? Which is 35 more in Super Chat. You know what I'm saying? Type of two in the chat if you guys want to hear the story about the time I beat up a homeless dude. The time I beat up a handicapped dude. He wasn't homeless. But, you know, he got the hands. Yeah, everybody's got a documentary about me. I am not, like, I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? For real. There's a lot of documentaries about me. There's documentaries about Corey X. Kenshin, about how he's a sicko. There's documentaries about Markiplier, how he's a sicko. There's documentaries about Kabi Lama, about how he's a sicko and he don't even talk. You know, there's documentaries about anyone with over 1 million subscribers. There's documentaries. You know what I mean? It's YouTube. If you get famous, you're not famous unless someone has written a documentary about you pretty much trying to lie. Real talk. Anyone who's big, they have that. You know what I'm saying? Anyone who's ever made their mark on the internet, they have some weirdo, you know, who's making a video who's probably not even showing his face, talking about how he's the worst person in the world. It's just how it works. So, oh, so Jordan says, don't deflect. You know what I'm saying? You are a hick. I'm not even white. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't spell that. I really couldn't, man. That's why I'm not going to spell any more of your comments anymore. That's why. You know what I'm saying? So when you see me, you know, not reading any of your comments, It's not, it's because I can't spell anything you're saying. So if you see me ignoring you and letting you go on, but just treating you like you don't exist, just understand this because I can't spell any of what you wrote. None of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, can't spell any of it. You know what I'm saying? Can't spell it. You know what I'm saying? Poor thing. Yeah. Bro, I love how the chat is like descending on this person. Like, yo, shut the fuck up and let us hear the stories. Like, real talk. Like, even the chat's descending on homie. You know what I'm saying? Hilarious. But yeah, but what was his disability? All right, so the disabled dude, what it was, so type of, for a 10 in super chat, I'll roast all of the haters. I'll roast them. I'll tell them something about themselves that'll scar them for the rest of their life. And anytime they're hanging out with a chick, they gonna hear my voice. That's gonna tell them the truth. Some truth. I told one dude and he tried to shoot me. This nigga tried to shoot me immediately. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I was at UNLV. I'm in college. You know what I'm saying? I had a really big friend group at this time, right? So, while I had this huge friend group, you know what I'm saying? At one point, we were all hanging out together. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yeah. Yo, Travis Spencer. I literally remember you, Brody. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I appreciate you for donating a lot and stuff, whatnot, bros. You know what I'm saying? My condolences to hear you went on hard times. Happens to the best of us. You know what I'm saying? For real. Yo, that's cool to hear that you're on the spectrum, buddy. Yeah. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? It's really cool that you come out to all of us first. You know what I'm saying? That's awesome that you are comfortable enough to come out to us. For real. So, I do remember you, Travis Spencer. Bro, I remember you 100%. Yeah. So, with that being said, what's up, Octavia? With that being said, yeah. All right, so with that being said, I was in college. I had a huge friend group, you know what I'm saying? And now the villain in this story is none other than Dilly. You know what I'm saying? So, there was this dude named Dilly. You know what I'm saying? Dilly, what's your last name? He's our #1 super chatter for the stream. Because the #1 super chatter of the stream gets to be the villain of all of our story times tomorrow. Yo, W's in the chat that it's optimized, bro. You are awesome, Brody. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I appreciate you for the compliment. The bud tie. You know what I'm saying? Charlemagne is extremely popular. He always has been. Appreciate you. I had some guy the other day tell me I look like I'm on steroids, trying to put me down, not realizing that is the biggest compliment any man that goes to the gym and isn't on steroids can ever get in his life. Again, so with that being said, I'm in college and this dude, we're gonna say his name was Dilly. Dilly had an issue. Dilly was always getting picked on by bullies, always getting treated like crap, but unfortunately for him, you know what I'm saying? Like, he felt that he should do that to other people in order so he didn't feel like a punk himself. Now, one day we're inside the SU, which is a student union, right? We're in the student union. And while we're in the student union, you know what I'm saying? We're all like, we're hanging out, having a good time. Dilly is having an issue with this other kid. We're going to name this kid Ethan. So Ethan is like a really small, wiry type of dude. He never gets into any trouble. He never really, starts anything with anybody because he's so timid, so scared of everything. Now, with that being said, on this day in particular, Dilly picks a fight with Ethan. You know what I'm saying? Walks up to Ethan and he's like, yo, like, what's that shit? I don't like you. And the guy was like, okay, that's cool. And then Dilly gets him in the guy's face. Yeah, I'll fucking kill you and I'll break your legs down. And the dude Dilly and the dude Ethan's like backing up, like, yo, oh God, please don't hurt me. What are you doing? And Dilly, when Dilly does that shit, you know You know what I'm saying? Everybody jumps in and they stop Dilly from like fighting the guy. They're like, yo, what are you doing? You're both like the least scariest dudes in here. What is going on? So Dilly is like, no, man, I was just trying to let him know that, you know, I'm from the hood and I don't take no shit and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, all right, whatever, bro, but you still gotta calm that shit the fuck down, right? So Dilly got no bitches, you know what I'm saying? Most dudes that troll real hard get no holes, you know what I'm saying? It's grossly apparent, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they wouldn't have time to, you know, troll. They be having hoes. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Dilly was always trying to get with my hoes. You know what I'm saying? And at the time, my hoe was Dr. Girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? That was my main squeeze at that time. Even though she was not somebody that I would want to date again, you know what I'm saying? You know, at the time, she was my main squeeze. You feel me? So I ain't got no bad blood with the chick, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, at least she didn't, you know, try to do what the other dumbasses did. You know what I'm saying? She at least kept it real. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, he ain't do no dumb shit. He just won't kiss my ass and, you know, settle down with me because I got 10 other niggas. Like, yeah, no. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Now, even back then, Dr. Girlfriend was a cheatingest piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I say that is because, you know, she knew I didn't like that dude. That dude would always try to get with her, like right in front of me. And, you know, I would tell her like, yo, I'm your boyfriend. Like, you know what I mean? We together, like, you know, and it's from what she said. We're together, you know what I'm saying? So this guy, you know, it shouldn't be a thing where this guy comes into any type of, you know, he shouldn't even be in the conversation. With that being said, the reason why I say she was a cheating piece of shit is because she went over this nigga's house without me on purpose. Female nature. Obviously, well, not all females, just, you know, 20-30%. It just feels like all of them. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? She was friends with this dude. Well, she was supposedly friends with this dude. This dude was always trying to get with her. You know what I'm saying? And she said, yo, nah, man, you got, well, he's having a birthday party and I'm gonna go to his house. And, you know, like, we're gonna hang out and stuff. And you're not mad, are you? You're not jealous, are you? You're not mad, are you? You're okay with that? And I'm just like, you know what? Like, do your thing, yo. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it was one of the things that let me know never to, you know, settle down with Dr. Girlfriend. I don't know why females do this goofy shit and then expect you to marry him. I've never understood that. Type of one in the chat if that don't make no sense. How have you been spending this whole first year of our relationship trying to make me jealous and go hang out with other niggas? And then when you finally realize that I'm the dude she should be spending all her time with, then she gets mad when I don't want to marry her. Look, ladies, if you get with me and we talking and you try to make me jealous with your other dude friends, you're not getting married to me anymore. You know what I'm saying? You could come over and watch all the action movies you want. Other than that, nigga, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense to me. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Freaking, the dude comes up, so she goes over to the dude's house, you know what I'm saying? And then she comes back to me and she says, yo, so I went to his house. It was supposed to be a birthday party, but no one else was there. It was just me and him. You know, why would he invite me to that? That's the gaslight. She's trying to trick me into admitting that she's with other dudes in front of me. I get it. We all know the game. So with that being said, I just, you know, categorize her as something to skeet on and, you know, don't take her seriously. And then later on in life, she'll accuse me of being a terrible person for not marrying her so that she could cheat on me while I paid her bills. And then she blames me for whatever pregnancies that she gets. I'm not falling for that shit. That's why I never, so next 20 in super chat, I'll tell you guys a secret about me and Dr. Girlfriend's relationship. For a 30 in super chat, I'll tell you guys a secret that you guys would have never figured out. Never figured out about me and Dr. Girlfriend. I've never told it to you. You've never heard it. You know what I'm saying? You take that information back to Dr. Girlfriend, she gonna freak out. How the fuck did you know that? Never told anybody. Now, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? This dude Ethan, he this was by the way, this was Dilly, who was doing this bullshit, right? So one day, me, Dilly, Ethan, and a bunch of other people were inside the SU, the student union. And while we're in the student union, I'm saying, one guy, he walks up and he's like, yo, like, yo, where you guys from? So the dude Dilly, after their conversation is done, Dilly comes to me and he's like, yo, I heard you've been, I heard you've been talking stuff. I like your girlfriend. I think she's hot. And I tell him, that's cool. I think she's hot too. You know what I'm saying? If you could take her, you can have her. That's my motto with females. If a female gonna treat me like, I'm not that dude, then if a dude can take her from me, he can have her. Like, I swear to God. You know what I'm saying? 1,000,000%. It's the best way to be with chicks, because if you act any other way, then they'll treat you like you're thirsty. And for some reason, that's, you're not supposed to want the girl you're with. I don't know why. So he comes through, you know what I'm saying? So, for some reason, he jumps in my face and he's like, yo, I heard you think that you're, tough or whatever. Well, I'll break your legs. I'll smash you. I'll knock you out. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? So I take a step back and I put my hand up like, yo, like, can I get some room? This nigga's trying to come and kissing distance of me. I'm like, yo, like, nah. So tell me why. Homie gets in close with my face. Yeah, you're lucky, because I will break it. And so I hit this nigga. You know what I'm saying? I punch him in his chest. Bah! You know what I'm saying? Punch this nigga dead in his chest. And when I punched him in his chest, you know what I'm saying? Like, he got real mad and shit. And he falls back and he gets up. He's like, what do you hit me for? What do you hit me for? And I'm like, yo, you just threatened to shoot me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you threatened to kill me. I take that stuff seriously. Grew up in the projects. So, like, obviously, I felt threatened. He's like, but you hit me. I'm like, you don't believe what happened. Where I'm from, that's what happens when you jump in a person's face and threatens to kill him. What the fuck did he think was gonna happen? You know what I'm saying? Number one in the chat, if you expect to be able to jump in someone's face and threaten to kill them in front of people and they're not gonna do anything. Number two in the chat, if you don't jump in people's faces and threaten to kill them in front of people because you might get fucked up. I don't even do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand what dude was thinking. You know what I'm saying? For real. All right, you guys, so in 20 minutes, we about to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? For real. Our highest super chatter of the stream is none other than Dilly Boy. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I'm going to keep it real with you, Optimize. You keep doing work like this, bro. I might have to give you in a month, I'm going to give you a raise, bro. Like a freaking, a better moderator status. You know what I'm saying? You'll get lead moderator status if you keep doing this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sheila Tiffany knows. Kevin knows. Hando knows. You know what I'm saying? For real. Yeah. There's two sides to every story. What do you mean, Hando? What do you mean there's two sides to every story? You're saying there's two sides to every story? Are you saying that for like, I'll donate $1 for every push-up you can do? That's a deal, Jay. You know what I'm saying? But you got to send it first, and then I'll do the push-ups. For real. You guys are helping keeping me in shape. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. So for every dollar that gets super chatted through for the last 20 minutes is a push-up I'm doing on stream. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys send like $20, that's 20 push-ups. You know what I'm saying? I hold the stance. Yo, what's up, Luke Kirby? Oh, crap, I didn't see you there. I wouldn't have said that just now if I knew you were here. That man's pockets are deep. Deeper than seeing a trench out this mug. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up. So, with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Good. So, I'm going to tell you guys a secret. You know what I'm saying? Being canceled is not like a big deal. It's pretty much just people lying on you. That's all it is. And all it takes is one dude who can't satisfy his girlfriend to see me hanging out with women and having a good time, laughing, cracking jokes, and talking with you guys, and he'll hate my guts. How that? Because he can look at me and be like, oh man, you know, women treat him good, and my girl treats me like shit. So I'll tell you guys a secret. 85 to 90% of dudes get treated like shit by every woman they come across. So if they run into a guy who gets treated good by women, they don't like him. Ta-da! You know what I'm saying? Add insult to injury, you know what I'm saying? If you become famous on the internet, people are going to cancel you for everything. Look at Corey X Kenshin. Type of 1 in the chat if Corey X Kenshin is a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? He's been canceled like 3 times so far. More than me. Type of 2 in the chat if people are lying on Corey Kenshin because he's a good person. I'll wait. I want to hear this. Type of 1 in the chat if Corey X Kenshin is a piece of shit and he's been doing horrible, terrible shit and he deserves to be canceled. Type of 2 in the chat if Corey X Kenshin is a nice person and is being canceled because he's famous. Hando says Corey X Kenshin is a piece of shit. Do you guys agree? How many of you guys agree that Corey X Kenshin is a piece of shit? That is interesting. Yep, Corey X Kenshin is up. Yeah. So type of 1 in the chat if Corey X Kenshin is a complete piece of shit and does horrible, terrible shit and is out here taking advantage of women and all this stuff. All the stuff about him is true. Type of 1 in the chat if everything about Corey X Kenshin is true. Type of 2 in the chat if the documentaries and lies that have been put on Corey X Kenshin is obviously not true. It's just because he's famous. And you guys know it's the truth. That's why no one is saying anything. And this, my friends, is cancel culture. You know what I'm saying? That is cancel culture. You know what I'm saying? It is just people, some people, they refuse, like those, oh no, man, you know what I mean? But yeah. All right, so with that being said, since you guys don't want to answer my questions truthfully, I should probably just get up out of here, man. Yeah. Like if we're not going to be honest, you know, like, I mean, this whole storytelling, all of this is all built on honesty. You know what I'm saying? Like if we can't be honest with one another, then I should just go. For real, for real. You know what I mean? For real. I'll be back tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I probably shouldn't tell you guys the rest of the stories for the last 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I shouldn't just, that's what I was going to do. I was just going to sit here and run stories. No super chats. You guys don't have to super chat. I'm just going to run through stories. As many stories as I could get to before I got to go to my appointment. But, you know. Yeah. All right, you guys. You know what I'm saying? Hope you guys have a great night. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Hope you guys have a great night. You know what I'm saying? You know, hope you guys, yeah. For real, for real. That's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so yo, before I go, I'm gonna tell you guys. So we're gonna run a repertoire real quick about what the stories for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I tend to do BHD story time every single day. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. All right, so let's see. Yeah, everybody out here, you know what I'm saying? All you guys that are like awesome, legitimate people, there's a shit ton of you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you guys are freaking awesome. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you guys for coming through, man. You guys are a freaking great audience. You know what I'm saying? But it happens sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, yeah. All right, so let's see. I mean, it just like, it makes sense though. Like some of you guys are willing to go so hard to try to to lie, that you're willing to lie and say Corey X Kenshin is a piece of shit. That is wild. Like Corey X Kenshin is like pretty much one of the few really, really good ones that we have, bro. He's one of the few really good ones that we have. I actually did a couple videos with Corey X Kenshin, you know what I'm saying, back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You guys might not know that. You guys might not know that. And Corey X Kenshin, he's like one of the nicest people I've ever met. Super duper nice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Let's see. All right, yo, let's see. Say a yes in the chat if you guys heard the story about when I accidentally joined a goat sex cult. That was terrible. Walked in on my homeboy with a whole goat. Type a yes in the chat if you guys have heard it. Type a no in the chat if you haven't. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of funneling in and out of people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Type a yes in the chat if you guys have ever heard the story of if you guys have ever heard the story of me accidentally pooping my pants in front of everyone at the, oh my God, at the freaking Planet Hollywood, bro. That was terrifying. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. You remember the one of the goat? That's understandable. That's understandable. All right, so let's see. My sister dated a whole predator. Nigga. One story. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna tell you guys a real quick story before I go. You know what I'm saying? Just for all my awesome viewers, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna shortchange the awesome people for the losers. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, yeah, that's not nice. All right, so let's see. Ooh, the time I caught a meth head robbing my car. A real quick one, real fast story time. So, back in the day, you know what I'm saying? Back when I lived at Twain University Park Apartments, I lived there, and at this point in time, like, it was like the projects pretty much. You know what I'm saying? People getting robbed, shot at, all types of goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. So with that being said, I'm over there and I had a 1996 beige Corolla, right? 1996 fucking rundown ass Corolla, right? So while I'm over there, you know what I'm saying? One day I'm inside my crib. I just got this really big bag of hot Cheetos. And I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Type of one in the chat if you guys ever had a bag of chips that you left at your house just so you could eat that when you got home. Like, it was like your leftovers from delicious food. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a bag, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you knew when you got home, you had your bag, and it would be delicious. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I had a bag of hot Cheetos inside of my car, and I had left my PSP inside my car, right? PlayStation Portable, right? It was one of my favorite portable handheld devices. Now, with that being said, I look outside my window because I was craving my bag of hot Cheetos, right? I go to the fucking door, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, man, y'all should go get my bag of hot Cheetos. But I'm like, no, I should stay and edit. So I go back to my window. Also, I got a bunch of new videos being posted in about 3-4 days, some brand new scary videos coming up. So look forward to them. Also, in a week, I also got a jump scare compilation, a video with just my jump scares in it. So make sure to look forward to that. You know what I'm saying? I know you guys love my jump scare compilations. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all my peoples. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dilly Boy Colhorn. You know what I'm saying? You have great energy, bro. W's in the chat to Mass King Shaggy Rogers. Shout out to Faithful Baller. Shout out to Alexia. Shout out to Ethan. Shout out to It's Optimal. Shout out to It's Optimal. Yo, big shout outs to It's Optimal. Appreciate you for all the awesome work, the amazing work you did as a mod up in this mug. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Yo, W's in the chat. Appreciate you, Rodney. Appreciate you kicking back. All right, so that's the actual name, kicking back. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? Freaking, I go out, so I see somebody at my car, in my car window, reaching into my car. I'm like, you motherfucker, what the? So I run outside, and by the time I get outside, this dude has already ransacked my PSP and my bag of hot Cheetos and my pair of headphones out of my car. So when he does this, you know what I'm saying, motherfucker turns around and starts jogging in the opposite direction. So I run up alongside him. I start jogging alongside him because I grew up watching a lot of Looney Tunes cartoons. You know what I'm saying? I want to fuck with him. So I run up alongside him and I'm like, hey, like, and he just ignores me like he doesn't see me. And I'm like, hey, and he acts like he doesn't see me. So then I push this nigga and he finally stops. You know what I'm saying? So when he stops, you know what I'm saying, he turns, looks at me, and just hands me my shit, right? So, type of 1 in the chat, if you would have took your stuff and then just turned around and walked off. Type of 2 in the chat, if you'd have slapped the shit out this motherfucker for stealing your PSP and bag of hot Cheetos. Type of 3 in the chat, if you'd have punched him in the face for having the nerve to go near your flaming hot Cheeto bag. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Luke Kirby? Yo, Luke Kirby, hope you're having a great night, man. For real, for real. Yo. Yeah. Appreciate you, Zero, man. You got good energy. You know what I'm saying? I need to play Days Gone. I have never tried Days Gone yet. For real, for real. Yep, them damn hot Cheetos, man. Yep. All right, so which one do you guys think I did? Do you guys think I 1, turned around and walked away? I 2, slapped him in the face? Motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Unity. Slap the shit out of this nigga. Type of 3 in the chat if you guys think I punched him in the face. Yeet. You know what I'm saying? Them hot Cheetos, man. They're delectable. They're deliciousable. All day, every day. For real, for real. Do I know the game? Days Gone. Understandable. What's up, AJ? What's up, Richard? Yo, what's up, Hando? Yeah. That's what's up. You remember watching me since the original channel. Yo, that's what's up. For real, for real. I wish you the best of luck as well, man. Appreciate you for the well wishes. Yeah. That's good. That's good you remember to go. Yeah. That's what's up, Hando. That's awesome that you grew up on me. What's up, Julie? What it do, Agent Smith? I remember you a lot. What's up, Big Feet Camper? Yo, appreciate you, Big Feet Camper. You have great energy, Brody. Yeah. Appreciate the compliments, you guys. You guys have great energy. Yeah. So he stole, so when I stopped homie and he gave me my stuff, I punched him in his face. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And then he's like, oh, God. And turns around and just runs for his life. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know what I'm saying? Yo, appreciate you, Sam Channel, man. Yo, you guys have great freaking energy, man. I will see you guys tomorrow at college. I will see you guys tomorrow also for the BHD story times. Appreciate you guys for coming through. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, everybody. Appreciate all you guys for coming through. You know what I'm saying? Hope you guys have a great rest of you guys this night. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Appreciate the compliment, man. I love that song from Rihanna. Stay up. Yeah. Twisms. Oh, also W's in the chat. To Optimal. You do great work, Brody. Yeah.